Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the council meeting. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for May 3rd, 2016. Would you please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner.
Here.
Red Brown.
Here.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Todd Donovan.
Here.
Ken Mann.
Here.
Satpal Sidhu.
Here.
Carl Weimer.
Here. Thank you. Please rise and join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a couple of announcements to make. First one is please silence or turn off your cell phone. If you're going to be handing out paperwork to council members, please also give a copy to the clerk for the records. Per Whatcom County Code, I see there's a few signs out there, but it's not too bad. They're not allowed in here. Placards, signs, applause, or other distractions are not allowed during public testimony. We want to be friendly to all sides of every issue, so we would thank you in advance for your respect of people's opinions. The fourth thing is, just in case there's anybody here for the Law and Justice appointment, we are pulling that from the agenda for tonight because we are going to be checking into the activity of that committee to find out how active they are at this point. The next thing is a special order of, from Committee of the Whole. We had a discussion with Senior Deputy Prosecutor Karen Frakes regarding a motion to dismiss an appeal of the hearing examiner's decision on APL 2015-0006 filed by Robert LaRocco for Daniel Brocker. Do I have a motion?
I move to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss this appeal. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Next item of business is a discussion with Bellingham Fire Chief, Chief Newbold, regarding EMS funding work group recommendations.
Good evening, council members. Bill Newbold, City of Bellingham Fire Chief, and also member of the EMS funding work group. First, I want to thank you for your invitation to be here tonight to discuss the recommendations of the EMS funding work group that was presented to you by Deputy Executive Mr. Tyler Schroeder, and I believe that was at your April 5th meeting that he stepped through a presentation. And my purpose for being here tonight is following your last council meeting. Some questions were raised, and I'm hoping to be able to share with you a little bit more in depth some of the items that were contained in the final report, the recommendations from the funding work group. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those. I know it was a lengthy packet. I believe it was about 54 pages that Mr. Schroeder had attached to that original presentation. Just to kind of kick us off, I don't have a canned presentation for you tonight. I'll describe that in a moment. But just something to kind of orient us to where we are, how we've ended up here, and where we're going. I'll give you a little roadmap. I've kind of used this as a roadmap to orient us in kind of a crib sheet, if you will. And what I first want to do is call your attention to the middle of the page. There's a section there that talks about actions to date. And back in April of 2015, the EMS Oversight Board, which was formed by ordinance, county ordinance, directed an EMS future funding work group to be put together for the specific mission to recommend a funding strategy and mechanism that will support and sustain a countywide EMS system. And in order to achieve that, the EMS funding work group further divided itself into 4 working subcommittees, which you see highlighted there. First, there was an ALS-BLS subcommittee that looked at the function, the delivery, all of the aspects of the boots on the ground and the ALS service and BLS service that we provide countywide. There was also an EMS administration subcommittee that looked at the various structures and forms of putting together an EMS governance. And then the work of those two subcommittees and the recommendations that they developed based on their research and analysis of our current system, discussions with existing systems throughout the state of Washington, particularly here in Western Washington, put all of their recommendations together from two reports and then submitted that to the third group, which was the EMS Finance Subcommittee. The EMS Finance Subcommittee took those recommendations, took a financial analysis from the City of Bellingham, who's an ALS provider, a financial analysis from Fire District 7, who's an ALS provider, and some of the county expenses, and put all that together with some knowledge and expertise and teased out what would be the 29.5 cent EMS, the proposed EMS levy to go forward on the ballot, based on all of the financial analysis from those three sources that we discussed. It's that work that was put together from those three subcommittees that was put into the final report, the 50-something pages that has been made available to you. And then on April 5th was when Tyler Schroeder gave an overview of that final report in the form of a presentation to the county council. And if you look at, I've just highlighted kind of what were the main points of that EMS funding work group. The first was the 29.5 cent EMS levy rate. A second was a 6-year EMS levy. And the third was the proposal to put it on the November 2016 general election. And one of the things in particular when I talk about this working group, I do recall that Tyler Schroeder had shown one particular page that I think is really important I want to highlight to you. It's a pretty simple page, but I think it tells a big story, and I think it brings a lot of testimony to the work that was put together, the collaboration that took place, and the cooperation between numerous individuals representing interests from their level of expertise, their organizations, etc. What you see there is a list of the various folks from different organizations to include county and city administration, the two current ALS providers, City of Bellingham, Fire District 7. You see members from the two councils from City of Bellingham, Whatcom County. You also see small cities representatives. And very importantly, you see a number of folks representing the labor groups that are the boots on the street, providing the service, have the expertise to help inform these subcommittees on what are the needs, how the system is working, and then we could analyze that through data. So it's really the work of these number of people here, I think a dozen plus folks, that really came together to make all of these recommendations that were put forward in the recommendations of the work group. If you look at the bottom of the first page I gave you, kind of gives you a roadmap of what was the next steps. I point out there that was the next steps when this was developed was to inform the councils. That's taken place here with the city council, or excuse me, the county council. That was back on April 5th. We also gave the same exact presentation to the city council on Monday, April 11th. And that same exact presentation was also provided to the Whatcom County Fire Chiefs and the Whatcom County Fire Commissioners, representing the entire county. So that same presentation has been used purposefully 4 times, the same exact presentation, so that we're able to send a consistent message to all of the stakeholder groups that we're discussing this with. The EOB was required to take action at one of their meetings. This was first presented to them back in March, and then at their most recent April meeting here, I believe it was April 25th, the EMS Oversight Board voted in favor of supporting the recommendations that was in the funding work group study, as well as placement on the November ballot. The next steps that have taken place since then, just last night, the City Council had this issue before them. They had directed staff to prepare a resolution to place this on the November ballot. I'm pleased to share with you the City Council recommended that and voted to have that placed on the November ballot. There's still discussion with the county chiefs and the county fire commissioners as far as a recommendation forthcoming from their organizations. And then the final thing that has been put together, recall I pointed out there was 4 subcommittees. There's a communication subcommittee that has now been put kind of in full gear and developing what would be a message and a fact sheet that describes the elements in a couple different manners. One is to our stakeholder groups that are very familiar with EMS and ALS and BLS and those acronyms, ALS, Advanced Life Support, BLS, Basic Life Support, and then also a fact sheet that basically describes those systems overall to those folks who may not be as familiar with them. And I'll make sure that you have that fact sheet here. I believe that was included in your packet. If not, that is the current sheet that would have been there. Do note that that is draft. That's been the work of the committee to date on proposed facts to be put out as we continue this going forward. So with that, I'll make myself available for any discussions or questions that you may have. I chose not to present the same presentation in respect of your time that Tyler Schroeder had presented before. That presentation has not varied and, like I said, has been shared consistently through all the stakeholder groups.
Ms. Brenner?
You just said that that presentation has not varied
That's correct.
from what we got?
That's correct.
Okay.
The presentation that you received on April 5th at your Tuesday meeting was secondly provided to the City Council in its entirety on Monday, April 11th. That presentation was then provided to the fire chiefs and fire commissioners at a combined joint special meeting that was on Wednesday, April 20th. And that was the original presentation that was provided to the EMS Oversight Board at their March meeting.
Now, are you talking about what Tyler presented or the packet?
I'm talking about what Tyler presented. That was about a 8 to 11 slide presentation. And that was a high-level overview of the packet that there was a link in that agenda bill that contained the full report. It was a 50-something page report that was provided. So
I read the report, but
yes, the presentation was the high-level overview of everything contained in the report. There was no different substance.
I just remember listening to it, I kind of felt like some things were emphasized very highly, like administrative costs, and other things weren't really. I mean, they barely talked about the 5th unit. So,
Well, I can share on the
maybe
the
it was because
5th
we didn't
unit.
have enough time. I don't know.
And perhaps it was based on questions that came up. So
It was, yeah.
The funding model that has been put together that came out of the recommendations was to build a system that not only is sustainable today, but is also designed to meet the future demands as we're looking forward. We're experiencing a real squeeze on the capacity of the system that we have right now. And so what this funding model does is appropriately build in the ability near the latter part of the 6-year EMS levy, when the time is appropriate, to place a 5th unit in service. All of our analysis, and based on how when we put a 4th unit in service going from 3 to 4 and using a similar approach and more current data, suggests to us that a 5th unit is very near. Some of us can argue that it was needed yesterday. Some of us can argue that it's needed today. Some say that there's some other efficiencies. So we're doing two-pronged. We're working on efficiencies to maximize the capacity of our current system. But even in addition to those efficiencies that are built into this plan, we do recognize the need for a 5th unit somewhere in the latter portion of this EMS levy. It's difficult to predict exactly, but we are anticipating in the 5th year, 6th year, somewhere near the end of that.
Mr. Donovan?
Maybe I can elaborate on or articulate Council Member Brenner's. In my memory of that presentation. It was in the long packet, page 29, page 30, and page 35, the budget, and then the current funding sources, and looking at that compared to the budget and when the fifth unit comes on. That discussion, we didn't have time to really play out. That's where we were kind of right. And the reserves that were being built up, and the difference between the current funding sources and the amount that the levy's actually bringing in.
Right.
And that, we didn't have a chance to really flesh that discussion out.
So the levy amount at 29.5 cents builds in the opportunity to begin building up the ability to place a fifth unit in service, not only the capital costs of a new unit, consumables that go onto that unit, outfitting it appropriately with upfit from the manufacturer, and very importantly, to be able to train the number of new paramedics to be able to staff that unit full-time 24/7. Those are significant costs that are upfront costs, and the plan that's built here allows for putting the paramedics into training school, which is typically, on average, about a 14-month process. From the time that we choose to put a medic unit in service at a date here, you back that up through a selection process, through education, through training, through practicals, through evaluations and assessments by senior paramedics that says, you're good to go. That's about a 14-month process. And so this builds in time frame to allow for that both financially and calendar-wise, so that we are ready to place that fifth unit in service.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, that's where I'm having a problem still. I have to say, because I do support the fifth unit big time, but there's a lot of things in here that aren't just the fifth unit
That's correct.
that I really don't understand very well, and this is just me saying it. I feel like this has been rushed to us, and we already got the resolution from City of Bellingham. They already did it their way, when, all this stuff. What happens to people like me who like some of it, but not the rest of it?
Well, hopefully, with me being here tonight, I can hopefully shed some light on some of that. I do want to share that the process has been ongoing, and we've been making our attempts to get in front of folks to be able to share the information. Okay. And so the pace has not been idle. I will agree with you there. In no way is it intended to be a quick, let's get this done while nobody's looking. It is designed to inform and educate so that we are all understanding the appropriate information on how this came together. It took about a year to develop the data, analyze the data, take a look at it, and then make a recommendation that you see all of the 16 or 18 folks that were on that sheet with the various bodies and their knowledge where they come from to completely endorse this recommendation going forward. So this has been an extremely transparent process and an extremely collaborative process throughout the county with many stakeholders involved.
Mr. Weimer?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think everybody understands the importance of, coming up with a good kind of standalone funding source for EMS. But of course, the devil's in the details. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at our presentation we heard that if this funding source moved forward as a standalone, it would free up over $1 million both at the city and at the county. I was wondering, when the city was talking about passing this resolution, if there was any discussion of designating or defining where that money, how that money would be spent.
You know what I'll do is I'm going to defer to our Brian Heinrich, our Deputy Director for the city, and he can speak on behalf of the city's intent.
Brian Heinrich, Deputy Administrator for the City of Bellingham. Thank you for the question. So I think some of you are aware that the city is currently in a deficit spending scenario. So to maintain the level of service that we currently do today, so this is across public safety, parks, library, things of that nature, we currently run somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1.5 million deficit. So any relief that we would recognize through the passage would be used to simply maintain our current level of service that we provide in the city.
Okay.
Mr. Donovan?
How do we put that into the ballot language?
So you're asking, would the ballot language reflect how the city of Bellingham and I guess how the Whatcom County would spend the dollars?
I'm asking, how do we ask the voters to vote for EMS and to solve an operating deficit that the city has? Is that the same question? How transparent do we want to be about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the question we're really asking is the voters to create an EMS system that's sustainable countywide.
And this extra money.
With, I was going to say, with the funding that was identified, continuing with the current 0.1% sales tax, the user transport fees, and the proposed EMS levy, this assures the system with stable funding through any changes that may take place in a county council, a city council, an economic situation that may adversely affect the current contributions that are being provided by either of those entities. And this ensures that funding for an EMS system that commits wholly to an EMS system. The RCWs very explicitly state that money collected under an EMS levy can only be used for EMS services. There is no opportunity to be able to be used for any additional services. What that allows for the city, as Brian Heinrich had indicated, is a continuation of some of the services that we currently have going on that do support EMS. We have community paramedicine, we have our HOT team, we have community policing. There's various programs that the city currently has that in turn do support this current system.
Mr. Sadoo?
Let me put it another way, that city and county were contributing to EMS. And now we are replacing that EMS's needs by putting a levy on the voters or residents. So you were, if this levy was postponed for a couple of years, you would have found another solution to your deficit. Or, put it another way, we have come out of the recession. We are in 2016, and your revenues have increased. If you are having some issues with your budget, I don't see that it's fair to the public to use this money to backfill your needs. And same thing goes for the county. I believe that $1.4 million which county is putting from the general fund should be reserved for either for our jail or whatever we are doing, so that we do not just put an extra burden. That has nothing to do with your EMS. I totally support that because it needed an independent funding and a secure funding. I'm not really having any questions about that. But we are replacing one funding with another by going to public. So it means that how we were managing our affairs before, why can't we use that same money for one big issue we have in front of us is a new jail. So would city contribute that $1 million and the county would contribute that money so that we can only go so much to the public for more money? So how would you?
So if you're proposing that the city only contribute $1 million for the jail, then I absolutely want to sit
No,
down and think
I'm
about
saying, no, I'm saying this money plus whatever we come to agreement with, so that we can reduce the burden on the public.
No, it's a good question. I don't think that we take this lightly. The idea that we would propose an EMS levy of this amount for this type of system, and when we look at, I think again, it's back to the level of service. When we look at the demographic change that will occur in the county, we look at the opportunity. I think what the chief handed out in terms of the folks who sat around the table and developed the plan, I think we take that very seriously, and I'm appreciative of what you're saying in terms of, recognizing the potential impact or burden on voters. That doesn't go away absent the passage of this levy or putting this levy on the ballot. From a city perspective, this is not a way to solve our budget problem. We have to look at it from a variety of different ways. Now, this is it helps, right? It helps address that, but more than anything, it creates that sustainable system moving forward that maintains and increases the level of service that I think we've been asked to provide by those same voters.
Mr. Mann?
If I could, so the last time we had a levy, was that 10 years ago or so? Yeah, but I think it was 06, so it was 10 years ago, and that one was supposed to last 5 years or 6 years, I
To
think.
2011.
Okay, so you've made it 5 extra years past that, through that funding source, basically by taking money from the general fund and subsidizing EMS from the general fund, and now you're just asking basically to be paid back, right?
There's an additional source in that when you talk about the funding from that direction. It was designed to go to 2011. Here we are in 2016, 5 years later, and we're still being able to operate. That operation, though, is being challenged because every year we've been drawing out of the reserves. If you look back at that chart that was presented on those 2 pages, you'll see that our reserves, beginning in 2017, will be at about $300,000. So it's a correct statement that the county is contributing, as you pointed out, the number is about $1.4 million. The city is over $1 million that it's contributing. You'll also recognize in the details of looking through that, there's an additional 1.1 or more dollars that has been coming from reserves annually that is no longer there.
If I could ask you one more follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mann.
Is it common for cities and counties to use their general fund to pay for paramedic service?
In the areas that we looked at and researched from best practices, that is not the case, that they're coming from their general funds to support ALS and the BLS services. For example, in King County, ALS is supported 100% through their levy, and there is a portion of BLS that is provided back to the 30-something different fire departments that provide BLS. It is a function of the fire department in providing that BLS, but there is support that comes from the EMS levy. There is not a general fund contribution. I know, experiencing from the department that I was part of, we made sure that there was not a general fund contribution. That was the way the system was set up. King County is a different animal than we are up here, but it just paints a picture as to a successful system that is wholly supported by the EMS levy.
Okay.
And that is not uncommon in many other successful systems.
Thanks.
Mr. Donovan?
Okay. And I really appreciate this discussion, because we didn't have time in the first round to ask these things. And I want this on the ballot in November. I want this to pass. But I'm just trying to figure out how do we message this sort of stuff when, I mean, you are saying it is going to help solve the general fund. And then I'm also hearing if we create additional money from EMS, it can only be used for EMS. But there will be this, we have different needs maybe than the city has in terms of generating extra money. I want to know, how do we tell the voters, we're being asked to increase property taxes for other purposes by the city and by other people. So we're going to increase these property taxes for this. We're going to free up this money from the general fund. I'm assuming that, well, now everyone's going to know this, but like, how do we message both as a city council and as a county council, here's what we're going to do with this extra money, whatever you want to call it, that's going to go to public safety, that's going to address the issues that Councilmember Sadoo's talking about.
And with all due respect, I think that's a discussion amongst your council. I can't answer that for you. Brian has shed some light on some of the discussions that have taken place in the city, but that is a question that the county council will need to consider and have an answer going forward. My answer as to why an EMS levy and why an EMS levy at 29.5 cents, I will go back to the very fundamental is that it is the right amount of funding for the system today to be sustainable and to meet future demands. Currently, the way we are operating with the number of units and the way we fund the system, it cannot sustain. We will see a decrease in the level of service.
Mr. Brown, then Mr. Sadoo.
So, first of all, I'm very sympathetic to the need to provide stable funding for EMS. I know there is a proposal, at least on the behalf of the City of Bellingham, and I think there's also a proposal from someone on the council to set up a working group on dealing with the EMS issue and the jail issue in terms of the ballot, getting on the ballot. My personal preference is because we've got the EMS issue that needs funding, we've got the jail that needs funding, we've got the City of Bellingham's significant general fund budget shortfall coming up, we've got the county's significant building maintenance costs shortfall coming up. I would personally like to see this matter discussed as an entirety when we sit down with both councils and work on all four of these issues simultaneously and work out the best structure for both how we fund these through the different mechanisms and how we put them on the ballot at once. What I don't want to see us do is go back to the voters and say, hey, we need some money for EMS, and the next election, oh, we need some money for the jail, and the next election, oh, we need money for the City of Bellingham's budget shortfall. Next election, we need money for the county's budget shortfall. I think the honest thing to do here is for us to have a comprehensive discussion with the voters and lay all these things out at once.
Ms. Brenner.
I'm not going to win any friends by saying this, but I have a real problem with it being a property tax. That is not going to get us the revenues from the Canadians. I've had so many interns from Western, and they just love the thought of a property tax because they don't own their own property. And every time I say to them, you rent, you really think your landlord is just going to swallow this and not pass it on to you? And every time I say that, they go, oh, I didn't think of that. Well, there's no way that, and I'm not picking on Canadians, but they need services too when they're here. And I just feel like the property tax, to me, is the most regressive tax. And it's wrapped up in this, motherhood and apple pie thing of EMS, which we all support. But I don't feel like I was given any opportunity to, for my input. I know there were groups working here and there. We're working all the time too. And until recently, until it was already done and what everybody wanted and how they wanted it, I do feel like it's this or it's too late to open it back up for a lot of different discussion. And that's why I'm not crazy about sticking it on this year's ballot, because we haven't had any of those debates. And, I think when you talk about transparent is not what you're doing in your committees that people may or may not know about. It's what the public is getting and what we know and all the devil's in the details. I'm into minutia big time, and I do feel like there's parts of this that I don't understand well enough, but I'm willing to even overlook that. But a big thing for me is the property tax usage for this, because I do think, it's gonna hit the poorest people just as hard as anybody else, and the other people can afford it. And I don't, and then part of the biggest contribution again would be from people from out of the area, because you got to serve them the same way you serve everybody else, and yet they're not going to be contributing. So somebody needs to really explain that to me in a way that makes more sense than how this is being proposed.
So let me attempt to shed some light on that from a high level. And I apologize up front. I probably won't be down into the minutia that interests you at that level. The Finance Subcommittee did look at various funding sources. They didn't just go into this saying, we need an EMS levy, what's it going to be? They did consider various sources of funding and different methods that were available per statute and then existing. There's reason why we are continuing the 0.1% sales tax and not eliminating that and supplanting it with a higher EMS levy. I think you answered that question in your statement. The other reason is the sales tax in and of itself at 0.1%, and in the fraction of the 0.1% that you would get directly to EMS is insufficient, even if you were to take the 0.2% remaining. It does not accomplish the goal. Furthermore, by taking the 0.1% additional sales tax, or even twice that, 0.2%, it jeopardizes the use of that sales tax for other items which it has a more broad application for public safety. I'll bring you back to the RCW that talks about an EMS levy, either be a 6-year, 10-year, or permanent EMS levy. That money can only be used for EMS. So this was a purposeful direction in selecting the EMS levy after evaluating a sales tax, as you described, other sources, which we're limited with our user fees by law on that. And it was the ability to provide the sufficient funding that was needed, because sales tax, again, had a shortfall and compromises the ability of a sales tax in other realms. So it was not overlooked. I know that's not down in probably the minutia that you would desire, but keeping at a high level.
Well, you just said something, and you're right. The sales tax can be used broader, but that doesn't mean it has to be used broader. And I can understand that if it's used more broadly, and I've heard rumors about how it would be used if it was a sales tax, I can understand the position of certain people and certain organizations that they would like that. But we can say it's for this and this and then make sure it's dedicated. We can do that, even though we don't have to. So, yeah, well.
Mr. Mann.
Well, I didn't know we were all going to share with you our opinions on the levy, but since other people have, I feel like I'm going to also. I absolutely support putting this on the ballot, and I'll tell you why. I mean, we all agree EMS, paramedic services, critical life safety, and we have some top-notch national award-winning services here, and we're all very grateful for that. We've been subsidizing it out of general fund and out of reserves for a while now, and you're here saying we want it to be stable and independent, and I support that. But the main reason is because you guys got the mayor of Linden, city councilors from Bellingham, you got labor from District 7 and 106 to all sign their names right here on this list. And you guys worked hard, came up with a good plan, got everyone on the same page, and you're all in agreement. It's the exact opposite of the dysfunctional jail process we had, which we did vote to put on the ballot. And I think we absolutely deserve to have this on the ballot. It still needs 60% to pass, which is a high bar. And, you know, you guys did your work. We had this stellar committee. You did your work, and I appreciate it, and I'm going to vote to put it on the ballot.
I totally agree with Mr. Mann. I think I was part of this group, and so I'm familiar, a lot more familiar with a lot of the details. But I think the point he brings up, that everyone was in agreement, it speaks volumes compared to what we did a decade ago and the problems and the issues that we had. We've certainly smoothed out this process. Everybody's in agreement. We have a good product that's ready to go, and I'm certainly ready to support it as well. Ms. Brenner?
I'm not going to get into an argument, but I just will say, some of us felt this has been treated differently and more positively from the start, before that committee even finished. I am so supportive of a fifth unit. Every time it's come up, I've supported it. But this whole attitude of like the jail or the EMS, and it was so bad, that proposal, I know it didn't pass, but it was so close that people shouldn't keep trashing the whole system with the jail. And that was a darn good, several groups, and it happened over a number of years. So don't go there.
Mr. Sadoo?
I just wanted to discuss a little different idea, was that in your discussions or over the next 6-8 years, we know that we are aging as our demographics, there's more, and there are people in the North County, and how they get service compared to the city of Bellingham people, because they are concentrated here, but everybody shares equally in supporting EMS service. Have you guys thought about to have an ER, may not be at the same level as St. Joe's in Bellingham, in North County, like Linden? So do you have a study or something that how many transports you have to do, which could have been done only up to Linden, and how much would be the savings? It may not be right now, but as you go and you want another ambulance, Unit 5, Unit 4, Unit 5, I think we should really seriously look at it. It's from not only the safety, but from the cost perspective too, so that we can collectively work with St. Joe's Hospital to have an ER there so that you can transport people there and your unit is housed there as well. And it can actually save money in the long term and provide a better service and an equal opportunity and equal service to people who live in Blaine or Kendall or in north parts of the county.
So a lot of the ALS provision is responding to those life-threatening emergencies. And the first step is getting the skilled and trained paramedics on scene. And then their ability to potentially stabilize a life-threatening condition and then get rapid transport to the appropriate care. There's a couple challenges that come into play right there with just what I said. We are tasked with analyzing the best locations for future units, and that will be done appropriately based on population, based on usage, based on geography. Geography plays a big part in what we can and can't do as far as access. When you get into a standalone ER or type of facilities that you see in more densely populated areas, that is beyond the scope of this group. And really that comes down to a business model of the healthcare providers. There are certain levels of certifications to be able to operate a standalone ER so that you can transport an unstable critical care patient. And so that's not at every standalone facility that we would be able to do that. And I just cannot speak to the business model as to whether that's appropriate or not. That is a long-term study to be done by our healthcare system. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Mr. Donovan.
I'll just say something really quick. I want to echo what Councilmember Brown and Mann said. Like, I want this on the ballot in November. I want to see this thing in a position where we get it passed. And I think we need to get it on sooner than later because there's going to be a campaign that's necessary to get this going. But echoing what Councilmember Brown said, I would like to get a bigger conversation going with the city council and the county council about these other funds that are potentially going to be generated from this and how we tell the voters that this is going to the ends that they want. And that's, I mean, you're doing a great job selling this thing, but that's something I think between all of us.
Mr. Sadoo.
Just adding to Mr. Donovan's thing that we are not looking next 2 or 3 years. If we look at jail bond, that's a 30-year bond. And city's financial situation is a short-term situation right now. But we would like to have some kind of discussion that how do we solve that issue as well, not just a short-term that need is for next 2, 3, 5 years, but we need some kind of discussion on that how we can make that happen 30 years on the jail side as well.
Mr. Brown, or did you have a comment?
Well, we welcome that conversation. Happy to have that.
Mr. Brown?
Chief Newbold, you raised an interesting point before, and I just want to reinforce it, that the different sources of funds have different rules associated with how they can be spent. And again, I want to reiterate, of all the things that we've got to deal with at the moment, the number one on my list is I want EMS service there when people in the audience need it, should I ever need it, should anybody else in the county need it. That has to be our first priority, is to have that service. But again, I think it's crucial that we look at all the major things we're going to have to spend money over the next couple of years and work out what each of the different sources of fundings are, what the limitations are associated with each of those fundings. And as we go through that process, make sure we allocate the right source of funds to the right project. And so we maximize and maximize that flexibility in that process.
Anything else from council? Well, thank you, Chief Newbold. Thank you, Brian,
Thank
for
you.
being here tonight. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is approval of minutes. Mr. Brown, you wanted one pulled out?
I'd like number 5 voted on separately, please.
Number 5 will be voted on separately. The minutes being considered are Special Committee of the Whole for March 29th, 2016, Special Committee of the Whole at 9:30 a.m. for April 5th, 2016, Special Committee of the Whole at 3:40 p.m. for April 3rd, 2016, and Committee of the Whole for April 5th, 2016. Do I have a motion?
Also move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll now go to item 5, Surface Water Work Session for April 12th, 2016. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstentions?
Abstention.
Mr. Brown abstains. That passes 6-0 to 1 abstention. We'll now invite Whatcom County Auditor Debbie Adelstein up to share a few words about the upcoming presidential primary election.
I get to vote lots of times.
Yeah, right.
Does this make us super delegates?
I hope not.
I'm here to present to you about the election that we're mailing out the ballots for tomorrow. And in case anybody hasn't heard, there's a little bit of a competition going on about who wants to make it to the November ballot. So this is the opportunity for Washington State, at least for one party, to weigh in on that. The Democratic Party has already made their determinations based on a caucus system, but the results of this primary will be used by the Republican Party to gauge where the delegates will be, or how the delegates will vote on the nomination. What I wanted to bring this to your attention and to share with you, because as council members, I know when I start getting calls, you'll probably be getting calls as well. And one of the things that I wanted to outline, just so you're aware, is this election is different than all of the other elections we have. This is the one election where you're required to state a party preference, and then you have to vote your vote that matches that party selection. So it not only changes the whole process about how we manage and develop, sorting the ballots and how they come in and all of that, because we have to sort them first by party. So we have a bin that will be Democratic, a bin that will be Republican, and a bin that will be work it out and figure out what was intended. Because you have to mark a ballot either Democratic or Republican. There's no independent choice. It's one or the other. And you submit your ballot, and what you vote for has to match what you selected. Now, if you vote on the ballot, that you check one party and the ballot inside is something different, that's a problem. So there we have, the various kinds of things, just like when you don't sign your ballot, you get a letter from us saying that that's there. What we can't tell is who the voter is, that if we have a whole stack of Democratic votes, that when we separate the envelopes and we remove the ballot, that there shows up 3 of the other party in there. So it isn't that anybody's going to know how you specifically voted. It just means that any of those ballots that got voted for something other than what was marked on the envelope are not going to count. Those just get set aside, they go to the canvassing board, and all of those ballots are rejected. The same thing if you decide you want to check both ballots, or both parties, when it comes in, that one doesn't even make it out of the starting gate. If you've checked both, that gets set aside to go to the canvassing board and be rejected outright. So all of these rules have been developed by the state under the party guidelines. This is a party election. So, when you get the calls saying, why do I have to do this? that's the way the party, this particular kind of election is set up. So I'm here to actually ask you to help field those questions when you start getting them, and so that maybe, you'll understand a little bit more of it as well.
Mr. Brown?
So I thought this vote was just for the Republican primary. So why would it do?
Both parties are a part of the election, but the Democratic Party chose not to use the results of the election in any way.
So a
What?
So just so I'm clear, so if a Democrat votes, their vote it's for informational purposes.
Exactly. And that's the way they're promoting it, that it's a showing of where their leanings are. But they'll be using the results of the caucus that they had already. So the last time we had it, neither party used the results of it. So, that's always a mind-boggling thought.
It sounds like a great use of public funds.
Ms. Brenner, then Mr. Weimer?
This is confusing when I was reading it. It says you have to mark one declaration or the other, but it says I will not participate. So what if now, I'm not saying me, but what if somebody is going to participate?
What do you mean you will not
Well, they
participate?
got this, there's two boxes. It says mark one party declaration required, and it says I declare myself to be whichever, and I will not participate in the nomination process or any other political party.
That means you can't mark yourself as a D and then turn around and declare yourself and vote for an R.
In the primary.
Oh,
Right. In this election. When you
So-
get to the general, then it's all wide open and everybody votes for whoever they want, whenever they want,
And you can write in a name.
and you can write in a name. How many of you want to be written in as a name? No, I'm sorry. So again, like I say, I'm just asking for your support, as people will definitely probably call you and ask for an explanation. And, why are we doing this? I will have to share with you as well, though, when the finding of the legislature was coming out at the time when there, was the big drastic, need for funds that they still haven't figured out how to do. But when that came up, that there was how large that was, I wrote an email to the Secretary of State suggesting that they give up this election and return the $11.5 million they think this is going to cost. And it was an issue where the Secretary and I decided to, each disagree with each other. But I think it really is almost pointless, but we'll go.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, I think you answered my question, because my question was, you said this was a party election, so I was wondering if the two parties pay for it, but it
No.
doesn't sound like it.
No. Thank you to the legislature to allow them not to.
Mr. Mann?
Okay, so just to be clear, when we get phone calls, we blame the legislature.
Yes. Don't refer them to my office.
That's what I wanted to know.
Ms. Brenner?
That's what, I'm very confused, because I remember a number of years ago, we did pass something that allowed independents to vote without having to declare a party. This is kind of trash that.
Right. That's the party rules.
I understand, but we voted we voted as voters about that a number of years ago.
Yeah, but
to
again, the
not-
legislature and the party make the rules for this particular election.
Huh.
So it's just a little bit odd.
Okay, he's going to explain it to me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks
for
a lot,
giving me the
Debbie.
time.
Thank you.
How fun.
Okay, we're going to move on to our public hearings.
Public hearing.
Audience members who have signed up at the back of the room prior to the beginning of our meeting will be called first and are asked to form a line on either side behind those signs, if you would. If you're unable to sign up, you will be able to, you'll still be able to testify. You'll be able to come down. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record and will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Council staff will keep track of the time and let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then they will tell you when to wrap up your comments. When a large group of individuals have the same position on an issue, we do encourage the selection of 1 or 2 representatives to speak on behalf of the entire group. Our first public hearing is on a resolution approving a vacation for the realignment of an unnamed alley within the Birch Bay West End Estates plat. And I'm told we don't have any staff reports.
Oh, well, staff report.
No, staff reports. Oh, you do have a staff report. Okay.
I don't know that we need a staff report. We
Joe
just-
Rutan with Public Works, County Engineer. I refer you to page 461 of your packet. The earlier council action directed me to perform the county engineer's report for this vacation. You can see that on page 461, I am in favor recommending the vacation, and it is because there's no public expenditures made, and it will be abandoned, in fact, due to a relocation of right-of-way. We're essentially doing a little right-of-way swap to get the trail into the right-of-way. Thank you.
Okay, we will open the public hearing. We do have some people signed up.
Oh, for that?
Well, they might have.
I wonder
Might
if
be
they
in the
did.
air.
I can't imagine that there's that many people that speak to
The
that.
first one
You
is
get-
Catherine Hershke. Brian Hershke, same last name. Harry Skinner. Oh.
Were you about this? Oh,
Were
yeah.
you about to speak?
That's Harry.
Oh, come on down if I called your name.
My name is Brian Hershey. I'm a resident of the Birch Bay Estates out there. And I'm good with the relocation of the easement, or the alley, I should say, no-name alley. What I'm asking for is that it does maintain the 10-foot width that it had in the past. And when I walk down it now, it appears that there are still some garden areas that come out into the path that are being maintained by an owner at the base. And also, I would like to have some type of a border or a shoulder or something on one side or both that shows us where the path is, because it does now take a couple of jogs when you get down to the bottom of it. So that's what we're asking for.
Okay, thanks.
Joe's going like that, so maybe he should explain, because we're in the hearing now.
Okay, Harry Skinner.
Good evening. Thank you for having our hearing here. I'm a neighbor with the applicant for this relocation. Really, the old there was no survey at the time the houses were built in that area, and so they took a chance to get it right. And lo and behold, the alley right of way comes right next to the corner of the house, which is very awkward. This alley services, as I understand it, a fair number of houses and residents that live uphill that have access to what is a kind of a shared beach, a kind of a community beach. So it's a nice feature to have it. The people that live in the house are very easy to work with and very pleasing, and I think we support it. I support it. I think demarking or delineating at least an edge or somehow with some bricks in the grass or something, because when people go down, it's a little confusing as to whether they're supposed to go over into the gravel or through the garden. It's kind of lost. So I think I'd like to see some simple way that the owners of the property can live with, and I think we would like to work with them on that. So we support it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you Catherine? Come on down.
Hi. So I'm Catherine, and I also agree that it's great that we're finally having this relocated so that we are able to finally go down on a pathway where we'd be able to know where it is. And I think that's the main reason we originally had it surveyed, so that myself and my husband, so that we could know, because it really had no rhyme and reason. And so now with the new information, we're fine with it being relocated. But again, my thing would be, I would really like to know where it goes, and then to stay within this 10 feet, which it states that it needs to be, because it comes really narrow at 2 points and it kind of jogs. So again, we'd like to I'm kind of concurring with them on that. So that's my main statement. So, okay.
Okay, thank you. Carly Deathridge. Carly Detheridge? Okay, wrong one, okay. Patrick?
Patrick Ellison, 4825 Alderson Road. I would have signed up, but I didn't see this particular one.
Oh, you're signed up.
I am?
You are.
It was an accident. My gut reaction, I think is no. No, no. Why? Because frankly, last summer, the county council decided to vacate an alley or something along Birch Bay Drive. And at the end of the alley is a little house that 2 kids and a dog, and parents live in. And the agreement was that the owner of adjoining property could close off that alley, but the alley would remain public. I've driven up and down that alley a lot of times. Okay, the alley remained public, and we had a police officer, according to the parents, drop around and explain to 2 little boys why they couldn't go through the gate or under the gate or around the gate to go down that alley with their dog. Yes, it ticked me off. It showed me, yes, I've known it for a long while. I hate to tell you, you're sweet people, you're working hard, but you're incapable really of taking care of Birch Bay. Now, this particular vacation may be actually good. I like Harry. I like their neighborhood up there. But I do question your ability to actually figure this stuff out at Birch Bay. And I would love to see the alley that I'm concerned about open to the public so those 2 little boys can go through there and have a good time. Do you want anything else out of me? I'll give it to you.
Any plans to run for mayor of Birch Bay?
Am I planning on what?
Any plans to run for mayor of Birch Bay?
No. Birch Bay needs to be a city, but I don't want to be the mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Alan Finston?
Hello, Council. Thank you for having us. Alan Finston, 8288 Fawn Crescent. Our property adjoins the alley at the top of the hill before it descends, and it's obviously it's a well-marked area for the most part up there. It's at least the 10-foot easement at that point at the top of the hill. There's a fence on one side. We don't have a fence on our side, but we maintain the lawn. We mow the lawn. We maintain the easement. I guess I would echo the sentiments of my neighbors, and that whatever is decided in terms of the demarcation be obvious and maintain the 10-foot access that the public and the residents in the Birch Bay West End Estates have been using as an open and notorious access for as long as it's been around. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the folks that have signed up. Would anybody else like to speak about vacating an alley in Birch Bay? Come on down.
Good evening, council members. Brian Southwick, 8352 Birch Bay Drive, the house at the bottom of the alley. We bought the property in 2004, and the vacant lot side of the alley was not maintained. In other words, it was cottonwood trees. The path coming down the hill was about a foot wide. It was a pet trail. So when we cleared the lot, made it very nice for the neighborhood, people started using it, and the lot was surveyed by the neighbors up above, and it determined that that alley access went through our front yard. So we were thinking, because we're in real estate, how can we create a win-win situation in alleviating the challenge? Because really, folks were using our driveway on the lot next door. So we hired Steve Shropshire, attorney. We met with Joe Rattan and Roland Middleton to create a win-win situation We then hired Jay Irwin, land use consultant, to put together the paperwork for the county that was necessary to realign the path. We then hired Christie and Christie to create the legal descriptions and make it necessary and create the packet that was necessary to get to the county, paid the fees, and moved the landscaping ourselves, which I have pictures of before and after. And so my better half is quite a gardener. And so the path was, it may say 10.7 feet. There's a lot of roads that say 60 feet, easements that are 30 feet. It's quite nice. I would encourage anybody to actually use the path and see what you think personally. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. What's the wishes of the council? Ms. Brenner?
I'll move approval, but I want Joe Rattan to come back up here.
I second both parts of that motion.
Thank you, Joe at Public Works. Yeah, I can address some of the issues here. As you heard, the trail was being used, and it was a trail, and it went naturally down. It's a pretty steep hill, so it kind of developed where it worked. Well, that was in no relationship to where the right-of-way was. So we worked out a way to make them line up. I think there was some confusion that this is a 10-foot right-of-way. There's no intention to have a 10-foot trail. There's a 10-foot area easement that people can access across, access across these people's property. When I went out there, and I have some photos of it too, sorry, I don't have enough for everyone. Brought our new professional land surveyor out here because, as you know, especially you, Councilmember Brenner, we've been through a lot of issues with trail access out in Birch Bay. So we spent the day visiting all the different trail accesses.
I'm listening to you, but I'm just looking at
Yeah,
this.
and there's only one trail access that is actually better than this one. It's one where some steps were built in it. Most of them are just a gravel trail. This one, it's a grass area. Up above, people have put fences along to kind of designate
Like
where it
this.
is. But, you know, there's no requirement to do that. As it was mentioned, you know, all of our right-of-ways are 60 to 100 feet, but we don't necessarily use all that. As you can see, we feel that, you know, I walked it with my arms wide out. You could carry a kayak down there. I don't think there's anything preventing it. In fact, it's quite beautiful. Landscaping was done. It is rather steep. When you come out of the fences, you know, the obvious way to walk is kind of straight towards the road. Whether that is in the easement or not, the way that I don't think it'd be hard to force the underlying landowners to do something there. So this would be a matter of the county spending money in that right-of-way, which is something we haven't done to this point.
I mean,
Mr. Mann?
That's what I want to ask about is the request to sort of demarcate the 10-foot zone. It sounds like maybe there's potential for people wandering off outside the easement, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
I would propose that instead of demarking it, if you would direct us to use capital road funds to build a trail in there. That's how you demarc a trail, is build a gravel trail.
Well, you could just put upside-down survey paint, too, if you wanted to. I mean, there's something in between.
Yeah, but, you know, once again, it's that person's yard. Half of my front yard is county right-of-way, but that doesn't mean someone can come and have a picnic on it.
and where do you live?
Almost everybody's half of their front, you know, a lot of their front yard is right-of-way. That right-of-way, you know, it'd be unusual for the county to go out and designate the width of a right-of-way and say, hey, everything within that. That would be very unusual for any road. The way that because what it is, it's the underlying property owner owns that property. We have a right to use it and spend money there for public transportation. So there's no road out there where we said, you know, this is our right-of-way
Okay.
Here, the way that we claim it is by actually building something in it.
So do we still retain the right to do those things if we vacate it?
Well, we're not vacating, we're swapping it.
Oh.
Once again, we're going to end up with a trail in the right-of-way.
Okay, so we still
There's
will
some
have
of the right-of-way that, it's a little bit of a swap. If you look, I don't have my paper with me, but in there you'll see it's kind of a swap to get the right-of-way around the trail.
Okay.
And
So there's no, the net vacation here is zero.
Okay.
There will still be, in fact, what we're going to end up here, what we before had is a right-of-way over here and a trail over here. Now we're going to end up with a right-of-way and a trail in the same location.
So is there a survey in place on the ground with markers so that the people who live there and have this concern could landscape it or do their own sort of fence or whatever to
What I'm
demonstrate
saying-
where the trail is?
We would not be able to force the landowner to do that.
Not force them, but are they allowed
They
to?
could choose to do that. The
Okay.
upper ones chose to build fences on those lots. So, yes, there were survey pins, but they're going to be covered up by grass, and you could find them with a metal detector. But if indeed you would wish there to be some delineation there, my suggestion would be to direct Public Works to construct a trail within the 10-foot easement to designate where people should walk.
Mr. Sadoo?
Joe, I think if I hear correctly, they're not looking for a trail, they're looking for demarcation, and if we allow them that among themselves, they can come up with even, like a 2-foot-long pole and put it in the ground and just mark it, this is the place is.
I can't tell someone to go on
No,
someone else's property
truly,
and do
but
that.
they need to know that can they among themselves come to some kind of agreement and
Mr.
do it themselves.
If Mr. Southwick on his property wishes to do that, he can do that.
Okay.
But we can't tell other people to
course.
come onto his property and start marking out right.
And-
If someone came onto my property and started marking out I'd call the police, you're
Of course,
trespassing.
of
Yeah.
course. So I think they have the freedom to go ahead and do it what
Mr.
they
Sa-
like,
We could
what
not-
serves their purpose.
We could not force the property owner. If he decides to, he can. But what I'm saying is, if we indeed want to get that, I would suggest you direct Public Works. And the way that Public Works and Parks designates where you walk in an easement is to build the trail in that easement.
Ms. Brenner?
Yes, but I do think there's a happy medium.
Okay.
And I agree with what Councilmember Sadoo just said. And
Well, maybe
why would we, no, you keep bringing up, we can,
could ask Mr.
request you guys to put a,
Okay. He's the person that you need to ask that of, not me.
well, that's okay.
You're
Yeah.
asking him to
We
do
have
something on
this
his
already.
property.
Yeah.
That would be best
He
the
gave-
question for him.
But we take
Yeah.
some responsibility because we're doing
No,
this.
I don't.
So I
but
just would
if-
like to know
If the other
why
owners
they-
feel,
why they can't, I still have the floor. So I still want to know why they can't among themselves come up with some kind of markings. What's the problem?
Let me just say that.
State
this
your
is-
name again, please.
Oh, Brian Southwick, 8352 Birch Bay Drive. Let me just say that this has been a 2-year process, and we are just completing it. We've got before and after pictures. By the time we're done, this is going to be an unbelievably well-defined trail with
Okay.
fantastic gardening. My better half is an unbelievable gardener. I've got the pictures to prove it. I think
I'm
it's
convinced.
well-defined, and it's going to be gorgeous. So,
See, simple answer.
My question is, could you delineate where that 10-foot easement, that's what they're asking, I understand you're doing it. But one of the concerns that people have had is if you look at the pictures, there's beautiful landscapings, but it narrows it down to maybe 7.5 feet wide. That wasn't a problem to us. You can landscape in the right-of-way as long as you can get through there. So asking to delineate that 10-foot would go right through where some of his flowers are. And
I
I don't
think
want to
that
go out
he
there and
knows
do
that.
that. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you would allow him to use landscaping to delineate the area of the pathway.
You just already said it. You said each property owner can make their own decisions. And it sounds like he's been working with them for 2 years, and that's what they're going to do.
Exactly, but that's, some of the people that came up here, that's what their concern is the landscaping he's placed in there isn't 10 feet wide.
Yeah.
That's what their concern was, and they're asking to delineate that 10-foot wide area. So if you would delineate that with flowers and landscaping, and that would meet you, and you feel that would meet, then I'm okay with that too. But that is the issue, is I'm trying to express some of the things that I've been hearing from people, is that landscaping is the issue that some of them are having. They're feeling that may limit their ability to access down there.
But you've already looked at it, and you feel that there will be ample
I
access.
could walk through there, and I think there was some confusion that 10-foot alley would provide a 10-foot trail. No, there needs to be a trail within that 10-foot easement.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question.
Question's been called. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to call the question and a second. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The question is therefore called. All those in favor of the motion signify with aye.
I thought we just did.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Ms. Brenner?
Just one more question, if you could, Joe, this is for you. I do not remember anything like what Patrick Allesey just talked about. I remember that we moved it and we did close it, but I don't remember any
I
of
was
this.
going to talk to Mr. Allesey because I have no concept of what he's mentioning, and it's very interesting to me, so I'll be talking.
Okay, he's right there.
You can figure it out.
Do it before he'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need chocolates.
All right, we're move on to our next public hearing. This is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 12.60 road naming system to honorary road naming, or to include honorary road naming. We have one person signed up. I will open the public hearing. Or do we have a staff report of any kind?
We
No.
had it in committee. We had all that in committee. Oh.
Yep. Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. I have one person signed up. That's Rita Jefferson.
See, that's for the other stuff.
So, wrong hearing? Okay. Do we have anyone that would like to speak to us about road naming to include honorary road naming? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. What's the wishes of the council?
I'll move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Ms. Brenner?
I'm always picking on these guys, so I do want to thank Public Works staff for coming up with this solution. And everybody seems happy with it, so let's do it quick.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, could we please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan, Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
That passes 6-0 with Mr. Donovan out of the room. Now we have another public hearing on Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 2, Land Use. We have a couple of additional informations for council members in the yellow and the pink. We do not have a staff report. We will open the public hearing. We have quite a few people signed up. We will start with Abe Jacobson, Warren Shea, and then Frank James.
That's right. I know.
Please, no question and answer two-way, and keep it to 3 minutes, okay? My name is Abe Jacobson, and this is a public comment on the land use. I'd like to first of all commend the new policy 2A-14 proposal by Mr. Weimer. It is basically saying, why don't we think before we act? And if there's anybody on the planet who should know something about that, it's the taxpayers of Whatcom County who acted in terms of infilling around a reservoir and then thought through the biology and chemistry of that decision They should have thought first, and now we're spending tens of millions of dollars to remediate something that was just an error. Most cities have thought this through, and they have large reservoirs in completely reserved areas with no residents and no recreation and no nothing but clean water storage. On the other matter, I'd like to ask you to honor the Lummi Nation's request, to the extent that you legally can, for a ban on crude oil export from Cherry Point. I realize you can't touch coal, or you've been told you can't touch coal, as long as you are a quasi-judicial body in waiting for an EIS process. But you can touch the oil, because that's nothing to do with an EIS process, it's nothing to do with GPT. It's simply exporting oil is first of all a job killer. You'll be able to kiss goodbye to all of the fine steelworker union jobs at Phillips 66, because it's far more profitable to export the oil to China and have it refined with no environmental or labor standards than to mess around with decently paid workers who have a safe work environment here. Secondly, it would be a huge oil exports from
30 seconds, please.
Oil exports from here would be a huge imposition on our commerce and on the safety and EMS continuity within our cities from Seattle to Bellingham. Please ban oil exports from Cherry Point. Thank you.
Okay, Warren Shea, Frank James, and then Sandra Randall.
Warren Shea, 1453 Humboldt, Bellingham. This morning I read that we are expecting a population increase of 75,000 people in the next 20 years. That number is astronomical and it is horrifying. It is a 33% increase over what we have today. And this makes me very, very sad. It is not something I celebrate. At any rate, common sense dictates that we cannot allow future development in rural areas if there is no legal water available. Therefore, I too ask you to support policy 2A-14, which states that no building permits shall be issued unless water is available. This policy will ensure enough water for tribes, fish, and all current county water consumers. It's a no-brainer. On another issue, I'm asking you to support, I too am asking you to support the Lummi request to ban all future fossil fuel export projects and crude oil exports at Cherry Point. I'm asking you to protect Lummi tribal fishing waters and to protect existing Cherry Point refinery jobs. Let's not allow Cherry Point to be turned into a holding pen for crude oil that is then refined elsewhere. And also, as we know, offshore refineries often have little environmental regulation and worker protections. Fossil fuels are just that. They're fossils. Let's leave our polluting past behind and usher in a clean era based on renewable energy, and renewable energy. That is our only choice if we wish to thrive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank James, Sandra Rondell, and then Sharis Weathers.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Frank James. I'm a practicing physician here in Washington State for about 30 years. I have 4 children and 6 grandchildren living here, so that's something that I want to protect. In addition to my regular practice, I teach at 3 different universities here and abroad. I'm the health officer for both San Juan County and the Nooksack Indian tribe. Recently, I've been part of a medical group of professionals that looked at the human health impacts of fossil fuel transportation and storage. There are about 200 risks in Whatcom County. In addition to that, I've also worked with a number of other healthcare professionals in British Columbia over the past 2 years as well, reviewing the medical literature. We've looked at about 400 articles on the potential impacts of these, both transportation and storage of fossil fuels in our communities. And overwhelmingly, there are real, substantial, and significant impacts on the community's health from the transportation and storage of fossil fuels in and through our communities. In 3 minutes, I can't really go over all of these, but I will summarize, and I'll give you written testimony as well, that locomotive diesel exhaust has significant health impacts. Noise from rail transportation has significant health impacts. The harm of increased road traffic is real and substantial in impairing the ability of people to get to and from healthcare services. And the risk of train derailments, either in small or catastrophic oil spills, are substantial and virtually unrecoverable. Diesel exhaust specifically is known to impair the pulmonary development of children. It increases cardiopulmonary mortality from all causes. It has a measurable pulmonary inflaming impact. Increases the severity and frequency of asthma attacks, ER visits, and hospital admissions for children. And it causes specifically heart attack increase in adults and increased rates of cancer. Those are all documented in the medical literature in refereed journals, just from the diesel exhaust impacts. Noise impacts are also substantial, causing an increase in blood pressure, arrhythmia, stroke, ischemic heart disease, particularly in elders that are kept up at night. They're more likely to have a cardiac arrhythmia and die from that cardiac arrhythmia than people that don't have those noise exposures. It causes cognitive impairment in children. We can't build schools near those railroad lines, but if railroads choose to use them in new ways that are noisier, there is no way to prevent that. As a health officer, I review every new school built in San Juan County, and if there's noise
30
impacts,
seconds,
we
please.
don't allow them to be built. Delayed emergency response is a well-known factor, delaying not just inconveniencing the public, but delaying emergency vehicles as well as police, fire, and ambulance. What I would ask you is simply that you review the existing data. The Department of Transportation at the federal level has concluded that it is an imminent hazard, quote unquote, and the substantial likelihood of death, serious illness, severe injury, and substantial endangerment of health, property, and the environment may occur from such transportation and storage. Be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra, and then Charis Weathers, and then Andronetta Douglas.
Hi. Good evening. Sandra Randall, 2818 Old Fairhaven Parkway, Bellingham. I would urge the council.
Did you get in the mic?
Do you want me to repeat my name? Okay.
Yeah.
Sandra Randall, 2818 Old Fairhaven Parkway, Bellingham. I would urge the council to update the zoning restrictions at Cherry Point to prevent new fossil fuel export infrastructure. The comprehensive plan is a plan for the future, a future that hopefully will not include fossil fuels. Financial institutions in all parts of our country are ridding their portfolios of fossil fuel stocks for financial as well as environmental reasons. Zoning restrictions would prevent Cherry Point exports of our natural resources to foreign countries to be refined. Why should we subject our beautiful area to oil trains and the real possibility of explosions in towns and rural areas? The National Association of Firefighters has stated that they do not have the capability to control these explosions. The damage, as we have seen, is extensive. The increase in disruptive train traffic, which even now we don't have the ability to calculate, needs to be considered. We need to look to the future and promote sustainable energy, which is already making an important financial contribution to our community through new jobs. More exports mean increased tanker traffic in the Salish Sea. High among the increased dangers will be oil spills, which experts have said we have no effective methods to contain or remediate. Again, please update the zoning restrictions at Cherry Point to prevent new fossil fuel export infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharis, and then Andronetta Douglas, and then Alden and Alex Rammel.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sharis Weathers. I'm the pastor of a funky little Lutheran congregation called Echoes, located here in Bellingham. That's a technical term, funky congregation. And Lummi Nation has specifically requested for the comprehensive plan to prohibit any coal or oil from being shipped from Cherry Point, not affecting the current coal terminal proposal, but barring any future attempts to use this really important deepwater port as a conduit for shipping fossil fuels. Coast Salish peoples have been in Whatcom County for millennia, thousands of years. They are survivors of a great flood who lived in tandem with the land, fishing in the appropriate seasons, then moving inland to hunt wild game when salmon weren't running, always recognizing the sacredness of the life that was sacrificed for their meals. For thousands of years, they have lived here successfully. Well, let me be a little bit more accurate than that. At least 2,000 to 3,000 years before Christ, there were people here living successfully in harmony with the land, the waters, and natural resources. And a long time later, capitalism came on the scene. Now, capitalism, to define it, is an economic system based on private ownership of the means of production and their operation for profit. Now, this was not a system that was known to indigenous peoples, and yet capitalism, enmeshed with horrifically misguided uses of Christianity, were the cause of the near extinction and removal to tiny reservations of our region's First Peoples. I had the privilege last week to spend time with a number of members of Lummi Nation, and I heard about some of their historical trauma and of the many, many violations of their treaty rights, while also at the same time hearing about the love and care that they have for this place, this land, and all of its inhabitants, including us. Colonial settlers have controlled this specific region since the mid-1800s. That includes us. And in that time, global industrialism, driven by capitalism, has had significant detrimental effects to this planet. We're heating up. We're destroying our waters, both freshwater and ocean water. And allow me to offer a timeline here. Follow some logic. If we place the beginning of the Earth, the formation of our planet at midnight on any given day, and right now is the next midnight, a 24-hour period, then humans have existed here on this planet for 1 second. If we place human existence on the same 24-hour timeline, you've got the birth of modern human here and us. Since the time of Christ, we've existed on this planet for 14 minutes. 14 minutes, modern human history. Lummi and indigenous peoples have done a much better job than we have.
Time.
We've existed for about 1 or 2 minutes. We've screwed it up. We need to allow Lummi their request to prohibit any fossil fuels from being exported from Cherry Point. They seem to know better than we do. Thank you.
Andronetta, then Alden Rammel, and then Alex Rammel.
Hi, my name's Andronetta Douglas. I live in Whatcom County, and I actually, when I can, attend Charis's church, which is Echoes Bellingham. It's a church without walls. I agree with the people that have gone before me. I'm a retired RN who lives here, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to leave it that I actually agree with the people that went before me. I am very concerned about the environment and global warming and the use of water in our county, and that clearly the Lummi Nation's position is one that I would like to have respected. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Alden Rammel, and Alex Rammel, and Matt Crow.
Hello, my name's Alden Rammel. I'm 14 years old, and about a week ago, my 8th grade class went on our 8th grade field trip. We decided to fly to Yosemite, and it was gorgeous. And I had seen pictures beforehand, but when we drove into Yosemite Valley, the entirety of the mountains were scorched and burned, and all of the trees were charred and black from the forest fires this summer. And I couldn't help thinking that the biggest advocate of Yosemite, John Muir, and the place that I saw, that they were not the same. And I want to make a difference for the generations to come after me, and make not just Yosemite, but Eastern Washington and all other areas that were devastated by forest fires. I want to make them as good or better than what they were before. So we know that climate change increases the frequency and severity of forest fires. So we know that if they are not stopped, these forest fires are going to be a thing again this year and will continue to be a problem for years to come. So we need to fix these mistakes by stopping our dependency on fossil fuels and switching to cleaner, more reliable sources of energy. One of the largest causes of climate change is burning of fossil fuels. And we can make a huge step to stop the burning of fossil fuels simply by not exporting them. Fossil fuels tend to be a tough issue because they provide such a boost to the economy. But in this case, it isn't that tough. There are few to no benefits from exports such as Cherry Point. So I urge you to pass Resources Proposed Comprehensive Plan Amendment, because when I'm 30 years old and I decided to have kids, I want to be able to take them to national parks such as Yosemite or the North Cascades and have them see the same wonders as me and John Muir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, and then Matt Crow, and then Lisa McShane.
Proud Papa moment. Alex Rammel. There's a lot of people in red shirts in line behind me, so I will be really quick. It's not going to surprise you that I'm here tonight to urge you to take seriously the issue of climate change. Governments at all levels are going to have a lot of hard decisions in the coming years about how we solve this global problem. This one in front of us today isn't one of those hard decisions. The choice to prohibit future projects from exporting fossil fuels from Cherry Point should be a pretty easy decision. Not exporting raw materials protects local refinery and processing jobs. Not risking spills in the Puget Sound protects local fisheries. Not blocking intersections with mile-long trains protects businesses whose customers and deliveries and employees are on the other sides of the tracks. And yes, not investing in new fossil fuel export infrastructure protects our global climate system. You all have hard jobs. Win-win solutions don't come along frequently. I urge you to take them when you can. Thanks.
So Matt Crow, Lisa McShane, and Pam Bosch.
I'm Matt Krogh, and two quick things. One, I'm not playing with my phone. I actually wrote down what I was going to say on my phone. Secondly, I believe Lisa McShane had to go home and take care of her foot, so whoever's after Lisa should probably be up next. My name is Matt Krogh, and I am an environmental advocate in my day job, and my wife also has a day job. But in our extra time, we also have a business with 5 employees here locally, and we care actually a lot about some level of economic certainty. So I believe one of the important things that the comprehensive plan update can offer for folks in Whatcom County, to community property, or to the community, to property owners, to business developers, is certainty. And so I'd like to comment specifically in favor of council taking action to amend the rules directing any new permitting within the Cherry Point heavy industrial zone. The particular thing on my mind is the existing international consensus to take action to reduce the impacts of climate change. And with that in mind, the responsible decision in planning for Cherry Point's heavy impact industrial zone is to prohibit any new fossil fuel developments. And why? Well, the international effort to reduce the impacts of climate change is really focused on the reduction of the consumption of fossil fuels. As reflected in last week's signing of the Paris Agreement, 174 nations signed on, the most in any day, any opening day for signing on to UN agreements. The world is moving away from fossil fuels. The Paris Climate Agreement is a commitment to dramatically reduce fossil fuel use worldwide with an intent to move towards zero emissions. For economic leaders in Whatcom County, this means that any new fossil fuel-based economic development will become progressively riskier, with companies increasingly unable to guarantee sustainable jobs through fossil fuel-focused business models. And further, when those companies inevitably decline, Cleanup costs for any local pollution is going to be left to us to take care of. As a case in point, I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but two of the companies associated with the Gateway Pacific Terminal, Cloud Peak and Peabody, have both filed for bankruptcy. So regardless of what happens with Gateway Pacific, which wouldn't be impacted by any of these comprehensive plan updates, future economic development in that area should be focused on any kind of industry that really does have a productive future. So, I guess to sum up, protecting the Cherry Point heavy industrial zone from risky fossil fuel developments is one of the best ways to ensure that undeveloped properties in the zone eventually reach their highest and best use, whatever it may be, and remain a valuable resource for decades to come. Thanks.
Thank you. Pam Bosch, Carol Jacobson, and Judith Atkins.
Hi, my name is Pam Bosch. I live at 1010 Highland Drive in Bellingham. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I'm an advocate for growing and building with hemp, which relates to the export of oil in that the Paris climate talks had a couple of pretty strong statements that if we are going to preserve our quality of life for our grandchildren, we need to divest from oil, number one. Number two, 40 to 50% of the energy that we use in the United States and Europe comes from our buildings, the way that we build them and operate them. And so to encourage more oil production means more energy consumption. It's not because we don't have solutions for alternative energy. As a hemp advocate, I encounter obstacles wherever I go, mostly from petrochemical industry, because I know how to build a house that requires no petrochemical products. Just simple ingredients, biorenewable in 120 days. These plant materials can also provide all kinds of energy, ways to conserve energy and ways to deliver energy. But we don't have the economic or political will to develop these alternatives because oil is too easy. We're too entrenched in these habits and denials, and a lot of it is the status quo that owns the system of delivery is a very strong force, stronger than our yet ungrown grandchildren. So I really believe that Whatcom County could be the kind of place to make history and provide leadership to say no to dirty oil and to say yes to the alternatives that we have. We're a model community for delivering solar energy, and we can keep building on that for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, then Judith Atkins, and Ken Callagher.
My name is Carol Jacobson. I live at 2314 Samish Way, Bellingham. I urge you to honour the Lummi Nation's request drafted by Mr. Vinich, their planner, to disallow the maritime export of crude oil and liquid natural gas from Whatcom County. I realise that the impending EIS on GPT coal terminal prevents you from including coal in this prohibition. Therefore, prohibit crude oil and LNG export in the comprehensive plan. Be aware that various players of coal, crude oil, and liquefied natural gas are seeking a carbon gateway through Cherry Point. They are offering the usual mirage of jobs and tax revenues, and despite the implausible nature of those enticements, are hoping that you, Whatcom County Council, is sleeping. Be aware that the export of crude oil and LNG offers several advantages to the carbon industry. One, export of crude oil and LNG serves to raise the prices for refined product in the captive North American market. Two, export of crude oil and LNG requires negligible labor and environmental costs compared to maintaining present refining operations here in North America. There is substantial rail capacity through our neighbourhoods and communities to move volatile hydrocarbon liquids as well as coal to the coastal export sites that are being targeted by them. For the Supreme Court has substantially immunized the oil and LNG tanker industry from large civil claims when there are oil spills. Will you allow Whatcom County to be a crude oil and LNG corridor? This is your choice. Doing nothing is by default actually quietly bowing to the will of BSNF and the transnational crude oil and LNG industry. Thank you and good luck.
Judith Atkins, Ken Callaher, and Dina Jensen.
Good evening. Judith Akins, 2174 East Birch Street. And thank you for your time. I'm here as a representative of the Sierra Club, Mount Baker Group, which represents the 2,000 plus members of Whatcom, Skagit, and San Juan counties. Forgive me for reiterating what has been said before, but I'd like to read through I have come to ask you to take this opportunity with the updating of the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan to draw the line on fossil fuel exports. This council can and should update the zoning restrictions on Cherry Point to prevent new fossil fuel infrastructure, preventing projects for outbound shipping of unrefined fossil fuels will be a responsible restriction for Cherry Point. Existing industrial uses won't be obstructed, as on the comp plan only applies to future projects. The ban on exports was lifted this year by Congress, even though there was strong opposition by refinery workers, saying it would jeopardize their jobs, increase crude prices, and jeopardize economic and environmental benefits for our country. We believe that this ban lifting Cherry Point will be a target for companies to send America's energy reserves offshore to be refined cheaper by foreign countries in refineries. They have weaker standards to protect workers in the environment, not to mention the increased traffic in the Salish Sea and the detrimental effects to our marine habitats. The Sierra Club of Washington State is committed to fostering a clean environment with renewable resources, as well as valuing cultural and economic justice issues. The Lummi Nation has requested several changes in the comp plan, and they have not been included in this draft. We ask that you listen to and respect their rights under the Treaty of 1855 and include language that would protect the cultural and environmental resources at Cherry Point. In Paris this year, the U.S., along with countries all over the globe, committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, we would like our county to take the same stand and reject dirty and dangerous projects that threaten our quality of life, that degrade and destroy natural resources, and protect those industries that depend on them, such as farming and fishing. Here in
30
Whatcom,
seconds, please.
Here in Whatcom County, we must stand against unfettered greed of the fossil fuel industry. We must act now to make the changes needed in the future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, and then Dina Jensen and Sandy Robson.
Good evening. My name is Ken Kalier. I live on Chuckanut Drive. Thank you for this opportunity to provide input to your consideration of the land use chapter of the county's comp plan. Our beautiful region has a national, even an international reputation of being progressive, of conservationist, of caring for our natural and marine resources. As such, we should be in the forefront of far-sighted planning for generations to come. Farms and fisheries around the nation are already being threatened by the impacts of climate change, and we know that fossil fuel consumption is a major contributor to global warming. Because of our location on the pristine waters of the Salish Sea, Whatcom County is the focus of several plans to transport fossil fuels through our farmlands and waters and ship them off to foreign lands to be burned and to return to befoul our drinking water in Lake Whatcom. Coal, in particular, is not only a bankrupt, dying industry, it is a killing industry. Oil, natural gas, all fossil fuels are. I encourage you to do everything possible to prevent coal or other fossil fuels from taking an increasing toll on our community. Please listen to the Lummy's plea to protect our lands and waters from the negative impacts of fossil fuel exports from our shores. Our county is home to a major solar panel producer and many innovative green energy companies. Let us look to that sort of future and to the countless opportunities of renewable energy resources, not poisonous ones. There is an oft-quoted proverb that says, "We have not inherited the world from our forefathers, we have borrowed it from our children." What kind of environment, economy, and society will we in Whatcom County leave to our children and grandchildren, and to their grandchildren? Let's take a page from the Lummy's book and think ahead, not just to the next 20 years, but to the next 7 generations. Please help us plan for a sustainable future. And it should go without saying that such a plan would support Policy 2A-14. Thank you for your time.
Dina, then Sandy Robson, and then Eddie Uri.
Dina Jensen, Birch Bay. I want to express my gratitude for the hard work of the County Council in reviewing our county's 20-year plan, and to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on land that is the traditional territory of the Lummi and Nooksack peoples. May we nurture our relationship with our Coast Salish neighbors and the shared responsibilities to their homelands where we all reside today. Tonight I am asking the Council not to approve the Birch Bay UGA expansion as proposed. The area that has been selected for the expansion is composed of too great a percentage of wetlands. I believe smarter planning can accommodate such a projected increase if necessary, with much less impact on our lands, waters, and life forms there. Developing another 201 acres for a projected 250 additional people in Birch Bay will increase impervious roads and other surfaces. Obviously, this will add more pollution impacts for water in our area. Meanwhile, in the proposed expansion plan, these impacts are piled on top of the compromise of the important water filtering and purifying features that wetlands provide, not to mention the benefits wetlands provide to the important life systems that reside within them. These wetlands make up half of the proposed 201 acres for the expansion. Since Birch Bay has long been coping with pollution in our watershed and bay due to stormwater runoff from developed properties, failing septic systems, and certain unregulated agricultural activities, it is a poor choice to add the greater risk to our water quality and fragile aquatic ecosystem that this proposed expansion to the Birch Bay UGA would pose. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy, then Eddie Uri, and then Paul Beckel.
Sandy Robson, Birch Bay. Cherry Point is home to a significant environmental resource and unique aquatic ecosystem. In 2000, the State Department of Natural Resources saw the need to protect the significant environmental resource of aquatic lands at Cherry Point and designated those state-owned lands that were not already under a lease agreement as the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve. In order to ensure long-term environmental protection, DNR put into place a 90-year management plan called the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve Management Plan, aimed at protecting the health and aquatic environment of Cherry Point. In the plan, it states the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve's marine waters and aquatic lands are a portion of treaty-protected, usual and accustomed grounds and stations of local Native American Indians and are used by the Indians for commercial, ceremonial, and subsistence purposes, quote. In the waterways in and around Cherry Point, Lummi fishers harvest salmon, halibut, herring, crab, and shellfish. The increased vessel traffic accompanying the proposed coal export terminal, any future coal export facility, and or if crude oil were to be exported from Cherry Point, would harm the tribe's ability to exercise their treaty-guaranteed rights to harvest those fish and shellfish. I live about 1 mile as the crow flies from Cherry Point. I'm impacted by the air pollution emitted from the heavy industries at Cherry Point, having had to report about an extremely foul odor emissions from BP to the Northwest Clean Air Agency about 120 times over the last couple years. So far, there has been no action taken by the Northwest Clean Air Agency against BP. All I can do is close my windows. Those same industries are polluting the beautiful and unique Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve and Whatcom County as a whole. For the county, through its comp plan, to encourage and plan for more of that kind of heavy industry at Cherry Point is harmful to the Lummi Nation, the Nooksack Indian Tribe, and to all of Whatcom. There are already oil tankers in the Salish Sea due to the BP and Phillips 66 refineries. And if coal or crude oil were to ever be exported from Cherry Point, all those huge vessels will be competing for space in the sensitive waters.
30 seconds,
All it would
please.
take is one more vessel accident inside the Salish Sea, and the Lummi Nation's way of life would be gone. I strongly support the Lummi Nation's recommendation in their nation's planning department's December 10, 2015 comment submitted to the county that the following policy be added to the county comp plan. The shipment of coal or crude oil from any new shipping terminal or pier or any existing terminal or pier is prohibited. Thank you.
Eddie, then Paul Beckel, then David Kirshner.
Good evening. My name is Edward Ury. That's spelled U-R-Y. I'm a Bellingham resident, and I'm also employed by Resources for Sustainable Communities. And first off, I'd just like to thank you all for you received our recommendations for Chapter 2 a few months ago, and you've adopted most of the policies that we suggested, and we're very pleased with this. Did a really good job. We are going to ask that you go back and take a look at the part of our comments that you've overlooked in the section of the comp plan addressing the Cherry Point UGA, and we'll continue along with our friends here to implore you to adopt a policy in that section prohibiting the outbound shipping of coal, crude oil, or liquefied natural gas through the Cherry Point UGA. And just as a side note, also trust that you're going to ignore requests British Petroleum has been making to remove language referencing the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve Management Plan. We're really glad that you adopted that language in there, and trust you're going to keep it. I just bring it up because it does beg suspicion that BP is asking for that, since neither the Aquatic Reserve Plan or the comp plan can in any way interfere or conflict with BP's existing industrial uses. Clearly, they're looking towards the future and future plans that they may have, as are we, although, of course, those visions do conflict. In fact, they're completely different. There's strong reason to believe that BP is going to try to export oil through Cherry Point. They've been putting the pieces in place for years. They're already receiving unit trains of fracked shale oil and tar sands, and they're seeking to build a new dock at the North Wing Pier. They've spent millions upon millions lobbying Congress to lift the ban on crude oil export, which the federal government has lifted the ban as of last December. And these plans are clearly in place. There are other proposed oil terminals in Washington State that are embattled and may have permits denied, in which case all the more pressure on places like Cherry Point that have the existing infrastructure to do it. So this is a very real threat that we're very concerned with. Also like to mention, there are many policies in which interests of labor, community health, and the environment all can come together and align. And banning crude oil export is one of them.
30 seconds, please.
This will not only protect ecologically reliant industries like fishing and farming, outdoor recreational services, and tourism, but it will directly safeguard jobs in oil refining, which are threatened by plans to export crude oil and send refinery jobs overseas to countries with weaker health and safety standards. And so, through responsible planning, simple zoning restrictions, from here forward, we can avoid all the protracted uncertainty and these long fights over such destructive projects, and instead, we can focus our energy working together to promote solutions, strengthen our local economy, while transitioning to the infrastructure of the future. So, our fate's in your hands. Trust you'll do the right thing.
Paul Beckel, David Kirshner, and then Craig Keyes.
Good evening, I'm Reverend Paul Beckel. I'm the minister of the Bellingham Unitarian Fellowship. I live in the Columbia neighborhood, about a mile from Bellingham Bay. I moved here with my family and children, largely because of the beauty and the natural landscape and waterways. I am here tonight to ask you to protect these waters, not only because they are beautiful, but because they are an irreplaceable part of the interdependent web of all life, of which you and I are a part. Unitarian Universalism is essentially a faith in human rights, upholding the inherent worth and dignity of every person. I ask you tonight to consider the right to life of my children's children. Their generation will have found a way to get by without fossil fuels, but they will not get by without clean water and air. Thank you for your consideration of their lives.
Thank you. David Kirshner, Craig Keyes, and then Wendy Bartlett.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is David Kirshner, and I live at 3417 Sunrise Road on Lummi Island. I think I forgot my red shirt, but I did remember my written comments, which I will try to keep brief. I am here to urge the council to include a prohibition on new facilities for coal, oil, and gas export from the Cherry Point Industrial Zone, as well as the retrofitting of existing facilities for that purpose. Our fragile marine environment will be subjected to significantly increased risks of marine accidents if coal, oil, and gas exports from Cherry Point are permitted. In 2015, an analysis found that fossil fuel projects already planned could increase total large vessel transits in the Salish Sea by 37%. The more vessels transiting the Salish Sea, the greater the risk of major crude oil spills. Let's not turn Whatcom County into a gateway for fossil fuel exports at a time when our world is shifting in the direction of renewable energy and our climate challenges are worsening. Let's not sacrifice our Salish Sea fisheries and potentially outsource refinery jobs by facilitating overseas shipments of crude oil and natural gas from Cherry Point. Let's instead honor the Lummi Nation's request regarding fossil fuel exports and help ensure that the comp plan protects the Lummi's treaty rights. Thank you.
Thanks. Craig Keyes, Wendy Bartlett, and then Jonathan Ryopel.
My name is Craig Keyes, and I thank you for this opportunity. So this is sort of a long-term perspective. I grew up here in the 40s and 50s and then left for about 20 years before returning in the 80s. As a kid, I played outside, including walking the log jams on the waterfront while taking pot shots at seagulls. And I never hit a gull, but I almost put the best friend's eye out due to sheer ignorance. We all make mistakes, but hopefully we learn and improve as life goes along. I worked summers at the pulp mill during my college days, which helped school expenses. The pulp mill provided a living wage, which is a common term today, that I and a lot of others benefited from, and the mill was very innovative, and they were in turning waste products into sellable products. But through ignorance or consequences, they also polluted the site where they were located, and it's still being felt or dealt with today. Back in the day, our mistakes had smaller impacts on the environment. Today, the individual mistakes are magnified by sheer increase in the number of us inhabiting this precious earth. A coal port shipping our natural resources overseas, where environmental concerns are either non-existent or completely ignored, is a grossly bad idea. A good visual here would be people in China's industrial cities walking around with gas and dust masks, reminiscent of a scene from one of the wars. As a community, let's look forward by investing in our future, not by continuing to subsidize the very industries that are contributing to ocean acidification and global warming, but by being creative as Americans, which we are known for, and investing in renewables. The old adage, where there's a will, there's a way. And in Germany, there are cities that have taken the ball and rolled with it by creating their own infrastructure and renewables. Florida, I don't know what's going on there, but I've heard that there's so many in disincentives that a place like Florida with all that sun, I mean, I don't think you see much there in way of renewables. But anyway, as many people here just before me have recommended,
30 seconds,
I
please.
go right along with what they say, and I hope you have good judgment on this, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Wendy, then Jonathan, then Mike Sennett.
Wendy Bartlett, 255 North Forest Street, Bellingham, Washington. And I live within a quarter-mile distance, walking distance of Boulevard Park overlooking Bellingham Bay. I have no children of my own, but I would like to speak for those who have no voice, and that is our future generations as well as our existing ones. Please stand with me in honoring the Lummi tribe and reject the exporting of all fossil fuels from Cherry Point. Our future generations depend on what we do right now. Thank you very much.
Jonathan, then Mike, and then David McLeod.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Riepel, and I want to thank you very much for your service, for listening to me, for listening to all of the really wise voices that are here speaking out on this important issue. I'm here because I essentially am wanting to join everything that they have to say. I agree with the speakers that have come here before me and spoken to you, and I urge you to reject the export of any and all fossil fuels at Cherry Point, and ultimately realize that we must reject the export of all fossil fuels from anywhere within Whatcom County and ultimately within Washington State as we move towards eliminating them completely. It is established by the international scientific community that humanity must keep fossil fuels in the ground in order for our environment to remain viable for life. This means acting right now, because we are already seeing real, unalterable change in our very home. Part of the success of this charge before us is in your hands tonight. The export of fossil fuels, coal and oil trains going through our towns at night, these things will increase pollution and they will expedite climate change, which we are already seeing. So I urge you to please join the movement to stop fossil fuels with your vote tonight. This is for our children, this is for our grandchildren, and ultimately this is for all species in our fragile ecosystem. We are not the only animals on this planet, but we are the only animals on this planet that could possibly destroy it. Thank you.
David, and then Helen McLeod, and then LaBelle Abance.
Mike Sennett, Bellingham, formerly of Birch Bay. I'd like to thank the council for holding this hearing and grappling with the thorny issues of the comp plan. I make the following remarks thinking of the toddler that's been sitting next to me for most of this meeting, all the children of Whatcom County whose future will depend on decisions you will make. I'm here to ask the council to remove the Birch Bay Reserve UGA from the Birch Bay UGA. Last week I walked around the reserve west of the Blaine Road. The lowest section is marshland, wet enough to feed a stream draining into one of the ponds on the old golf course. It is unsuitable for anything but being critical natural habitat and being a sponge for a storm surge from Birch Bay. The dense forest that borders the marsh on the north is also critical natural habitat. It is home to a pair of nesting bald eagles, which would complicate any development. The sloping forest would be destabilized by any disturbance. The south slope above the marsh drains into it and thus is an integral part of this unique ecosystem. The wetlands extend east of Blaine Road and are also unsuitable for building. The uplands around the marsh would be considered its headwaters, and any of this area in the reserve is tied to the wetlands. It seems to me that the mandated planning for future population growth in Birch Bay is a flawed numbers game that does not take into account the actual facts on the ground in the reserve. Anyone familiar with the Birch Bay area knows there is a lot of land much more suitable for housing. I would also ask the council to add natural gas to coal and crude on the roster of banned future export products. I have heard rumors of a plan to pipe natural gas from Sumas to Cherry Point and then lay a pipeline under the Salish Sea to some floating bomb of an LNG terminal off the southern end of Vancouver Island. If this is true, it must be stopped. We get enough crap from Victoria to begin with. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard of since the Gateway
30
Pacific
seconds,
Terminal
please.
scheme was hatched. Thank you.
David McLeod and Helen McLeod, and then LaBelle.
David McLeod, I'm a lifetime resident of Whatcom County, and I'll try to keep my remarks brief in light of the hour. In support of the request that we update the zoning restrictions at Cherry Point to prevent new unrefined fossil fuel exports, I'd like to share with you words of advice from the International Energy Agency, which is pretty hard to confuse with any kind of left-wing environmental organization, but they have analyzed the data and express appropriate concern, I believe. A concern for the limited supply of fossil fuels, for the economics of fossil fuels, and more importantly, the effects of climate change. The IEA is tasked with providing energy policy advice for governments and industry around the world, and I think that includes our local Whatcom County government. So this is the IEA's advice, and I quote, "It is within the power of all governments, acting alone or together, to steer the world towards a cleaner, cleverer, and more competitive energy system. Time is running out, and the time to act is now," end quote. And briefly, I just also want to add my wish that you would support the addition of policy 2A-14, introduced by Councilmember Carl Weimer, in regards to ensuring an adequate supply of clean water to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen, and then LaBelle, and then Brooks Anderson. Do we have a Helen McLeod? We do not. Okay, LaBelle, and then Brooks Anderson, and then Ronald Colson.
Good evening. I appreciate your ear for the time, and I hope that my words will fall where you can hear them. There have been many people up here speaking and endorsing and backing up the Lummi Treaty, and for that I'm extremely grateful, because it shows me that there are people that understand and are in agreement with the treaty. I don't hear, however, concern for the actual water, the actual environment, the actual critters that are already living here, the ones that have gone by the wayside because we live here, and all the people that are coming here that will displace more of those critters and plants that we actually relied on for many generations. Among the Lummi, kneel to Ah is what we say. Kneel to Ah, since the beginning of time. We have been here, kneel to Ah. Maybe not specifically on that peninsula. We were moving. Other people say that there are the 7 generations philosophy. That's kind of pan-Indian, and it's very understandable from many perspectives. And I learned it that you think 3 generations back and 3 generations forward, because you're that generation that's right in the middle. And I believe that I am the 5th generation since the treaty was signed here in 1855. And already I see the damage that has happened because our old ones were not listened to. I cannot speak for anybody else's generations, but I know where my people come from, and I know that I was born here. And I hold in regard everybody, and everything that lives here in the water. We all breathe the same water. We all walk on the same land. We all basically eat the same food. It's all carbon-based. And I just urge you to think ahead, at least 3 generations, for whatever you decide to do. And it doesn't really have anything to do with treaty rights. It has to do with people. People and the critters out there and the planet, period. That's all. Achka.
Brooks Anderson, Ronald Colson, and then Kathleen Capson.
I apologize. My name is LaBelle Urbanic, 2159 Lemmy Shore.
Thank you.
Hi, it's a long evening. My name is Brooks Anderson, and I live in Whatcom County. And I'm going to not give you a big rhetoric, esoteric rhetoric about global warming and climate change and all that, because a lot of people have already done that and done it quite well. So I'm going to just reiterate actually the two things that I really want to impress you with, and that is I want you to support the 2A14 proposal that Councilman Weimer has brought forward, that this is really so important to have property owners regarding the connection between legal water use and land use and development. You can't develop land if you don't have water that is available, and that is something that it seems that we've been trying to skirt around for several years now, and it's gotten to the point where it's no longer avoidable. The other point that I would also say again, and I know you're getting tired of hearing this, but it's important that you really do support the Lummi in their recommendation and advocacy for not having fossil fuels of any kind be exported out of Cherry Point. Having said that, the last thing I would say to you is probably more appropriate in open session, but since I'm not going to stay for that, I want to say it to you now. I really wonder why we've had to sit this whole place was full of people waiting pretty much for this topic to come up, this public hearing. Why did you change the process where the public comment comes so much later? Why do we have to sit through, and I know you have to sit through, but, and I'm sorry about that, but why have 100 of us, however many, also have to sit through that?
30 seconds.
I would just like you to I don't know when that happened. I know it's not a long time decision, but I really would like you to reconsider the timing of when people, the public, get to address you. Thank you very much, and I hope you make it through.
Okay, Ronald, and then Kathleen Capson, and then Barbara Lewis.
Good evening. My name's Ronald Colson. I'm a resident of the Geneva neighborhood, and I'm asking you to specifically preclude further fossil fuel export operations at Cherry Point in the comprehensive plan. I'm going to speak from an investment perspective, so I'll give you my qualifications. I'm a fee-only registered investment advisor and certified financial planner. I have 30 years experience in the industry. A little over 2 years ago, I divested all of my client accounts from fossil fuels and replaced all investments with renewable energy. My clients avoided the losses from the recent collapse of fossil fuel profits, and we made money on renewables. I have happy clients. Now I'll focus on Whatcom County's public financial risk by discussing what the state of Wyoming is facing right now. 50% of GPT's coal throughput was to come from Peabody Energy's Wyoming mines. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know that Peabody Energy declared bankruptcy. Just in the days prior to that declaration, they paid the last $25 million of their pool of money to the top 4 company executives as bonuses. Peabody, like the other coal companies, were self-bonded. That means they didn't have to buy a bond to cover reclamation costs. They were allowed to cover it themselves. They're bankrupt. The state of Wyoming now estimates a $768 million reclamation cost. That would be over $900 million if they didn't plan on sharing a specialized $24 million scraper between the different mine sites to be reclaimed. And like the Koch brothers' toxic legacy on the Bellingham waterfront, cleanup costs for Cherry Point will ultimately become the responsibility of Whatcom County residents. I'd like to discuss the public income potential from tax revenue. International export terminals similar to GPT employ about 150 employees each. I see no reason why GPT would be any different. SSA Marine claims thousands of new jobs, but they're using an unrealistic multiplier to calculate that figure. Indirect jobs as a result of the 150 or so. So now to the bait and switch. SSA Marine operates numerous export facilities around the world. They really don't care what commodity they export. Crude oil would be the most profitable export
30
commodity
seconds,
to be
please.
refined overseas. The existing Cherry Point refinery probably would become little more than a tank farm. The well-paying union jobs at the refinery would be replaced with low-paying jobs with no benefits. Whatcom County would become a dirty rail yard. As a result, the number of indirect jobs in the county would fall. Please preclude all fossil fuel exports in the comprehensive plan. And also consider lifting the moratorium on wind energy. We are
Time.
making money on it. Thank you.
Kathleen Capson, Barbara Lewis, and Rod Pemble. I think Kathleen is not here. Barbara Lewis.
Hi, my name is Barbara Lewis. I reside at 3221-B Bulch Road, and I am a Lummi tribal member. I'm a little nervous. I feel like there's a lot of weight on my shoulders. We've been mentioned a lot. I am a graduate of Central Washington University. I got my BA in English, and now I moved back out here. So I'm home 2 years ago. You know, I've been hearing these different sides of this argument for some time now. I've been an activist since I was in high school, and I understand where both sides are coming from, looking at the historical aspect of just, you know, the society and economics and people living here and people that enjoy the land and its uses and the animals that live here and the sea life and the people that rely on the natural environments for sustenance. And you know, aside from that, I've also been getting into politics a lot recently. And honestly, I'm really angry at how the system is set up to protect those that exploit us. The way the laws are set into place protects companies that are constantly doing damage. The spill in the Gulf of Mexico happened so long ago, and I have friends that are from that area, and they said the effects are still lasting today. And I know we're just in the beginning of talking about Cherry Point and the coal terminal, but I know that the refinery is thinking long-term, and so we have to think long-term as well. They are probably going to think of this as a big importer and exporter. And right now, it's a small project, but it's going to get a lot bigger, and that means that what we have and the risks that we're taking are just going to grow over time. And I really urge you to look at these risks as not something so minimal, but
30 seconds, please.
something bigger and something that we do have a chance to help mitigate right now. And yeah, so I urge you to consider that, and thank you for listening.
Rod Pemble and Eleanor Day, and then Brian Carey.
Good evening. My grandfather, Carl Pemble, was an illustrator. He drew many covers for Popular Mechanics and other magazines from the 1930s through the 50s. His true passion, however, was painting the fields and the woodlands and the clear running streams of central Illinois. My dad, Jim Pemble, grew up steeped in that art and those landscapes. His passions were teaching children and working to protect and expand the tiny remnants of native prairie and the creatures that depend on them. My wife Janie and I strive to pass on that heritage to our daughters. Respect and humility for the wonder of the place we live, a responsibility to stewardship of the highest order. The health and integrity of our environment leads directly to the health and integrity of the human community. Homo sapien, I've probably read it before, but I looked it up tonight. It translates as wise person. This spring, we all have another chance to show that we understand what those words mean. It is wise to conserve farmland and fertile soil, which take millennia to build and scant years to destroy. It is wise to conserve farm families and communities, the bearers of accumulated knowledge and care for the earth. It's wise to conserve clean water and the wild places that bestow this gift upon us. We've seen from Lake Whatcom to Drayton Harbor the cost of making mistakes, of not exercising wisdom, and the monumental task of cleaning up the mess. We teach our children to clean up after themselves, but are we teaching them not to despoil the nest in the first place? It's wise to choose pathways that increasingly harness the light from the sun, from the energies of our hands, our minds, instead of dark paths of buried sunlight. In barely 200 years, fossil fuels have resulted in an explosion of economic growth that brought humanity and the planet to heights of wonder. We explored space, but also to the brink of climate change that may prove our undoing. So let us make covenants with each other and with our descendants that we will forbear to do all that we may do. As someone said, live simply, that others may simply live.
30 seconds, please.
Let's set our sights on doing better with less. Let's pledge each year to use more human energy and less energy extracted from the earth. Let's speak for the creatures and the places that have no voice. The county comp plan is a collection of such covenants. It's our community of communities joining together because the future is uncertain and our resolve must never be. We've come each by different paths, different stories. We have to resolve that and write a single story now. So I ask you for the generations to come, do not falter in your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor, and then Brian Carey, and then Seth Fleetwood.
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Day. I live at 3185 Grandview Road in north of Ferndale. And I'm speaking in support of Policy 2A-14 tonight. 2 winters ago, winter before last, our snowpack was approximately 20% of normal. And in the long, hot, dry summer that followed, some of my neighbors' wells were failing. It's irresponsible to allow greater development than the area can bear, keeping in mind that all of the scientific information we have suggests very strongly that our water availability is going to decrease in the future because of climate change. This past winter, we had a full snowpack, but it's already melting much earlier than usual, and there's another forecast for another long, hot, dry summer. So we need to shepherd the resources we have and realize that they're going to be less in the future. We need to start preparing for that. That brings me to the second thing I'd like to say on the future of clean energy in Whatcom County. Lots of people have spoken about climate change. The global reasons to deny exports are pretty clear, I think, to everyone in the room. So I'm going to speak just a little bit about some of the local reasons. Allowing Cherry Point to become an export hub for fossil fuels in the future, it's irresponsible to continue to spend money and resources on infrastructure for fossil fuels, which is an obsolete and harmful technology.
We need to protect our beautiful local marine ecosystem and the economic activity that depends on it, from fishing and sustenance to ecotourism, which is large in this area. And it certainly includes protecting Indigenous treaty rights, which would be gravely affected. And speaking absolutely personally, just for my family and my closest neighbors, I live on Grandview Road, which is 548. And much earlier in the evening, there was a speaker here, a physician, who was talking about the impacts of diesel fumes and increased traffic. My family and the rest of us that live in that area, our properties would be greatly impacted by the effects of the construction traffic and the ongoing traffic. There's already hundreds of those trucks every day that go back and forth at 60 miles an hour. It's a dangerous road, and it's impacting all of our health and our property, as well as the impacts to the greater area and to the global world as well. So please take all of
30
those
seconds,
considerations
please.
into effect when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Carey, Seth Fleetwood, and then Paul Maccabee.
I apologize for standing up. I got cramps in my legs.
My name is Brian Carey, North 34th Street. I'm a senior at West Washington University's Huxley College of the Environment. I've been living in Whatcom County for the last 4 years with plans to stay and plant permanent roots. I am speaking tonight in support of adding policy to the Cherry Point urban growth area that prohibits future fossil fuel projects. During this updating process for the comprehensive plan, we have the unique opportunity to stop ourselves from making a mistake to be felt for decades. Whatcom County could suddenly have some of the heaviest rail traffic in the nation, enough reason for some to avoid export proposals, with trains that would be carrying cars capable of catching fire and wiping out half-mile wide corridors through our county, putting thousands of lives at risk and spilling crude oil into our rivers in the process. There's hardly any incentive for Whatcom County to support fossil fuel export activity. The insignificant number of permanent jobs created by export projects does not offset the incredible risk taken on by the rest of the county. With the ban on crude oil export lifted, the petroleum industry is poised to ship American energy products to China. These companies have the incentive of cheap refinement, but at the cost of human safety and incredible environmental degradation in an underregulated Chinese manufacturing sector. We can do so much better in Whatcom County than supporting such a dirty industry. I'm also here tonight as a representative of my generation. I am only 22 years old and have already started to see what an addiction to oil has done to our planet and what happens when the petro industry makes mistakes. My generation is going to be around for 60 years, God willing, and should expect to deal with the consequences of decisions made in halls like this by those who may never fully see the repercussions of their actions. I have seen all sorts of models and predictions about what happens we suddenly stop using fossil fuels, and even those don't look good. Our country is starting to move away from fossil fuels and reducing our dependency on them. We can all contribute to this goal by locally divesting from fossil fuels and including language in our comprehensive plan to help do so. Thank you guys for being here tonight.
Thank you. Seth Fleetwood, Paul Maccabee, and Bob Gay.
Greetings, council members. How are you, Barbara?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Hang in there. You're all doing good. We had one meeting, remember, about 10 years ago that went till 2:20 in the morning? With 5 hours left? Yeah. Thank you for having this hearing this evening and hearing us all out. I stand in support of the proposed language that would prevent oil and coal exportation from Cherry Point. I stand with many of my friends here tonight who have said so many good things. And of course, I stand in support of transitioning to and building a clean energy economy. Last year, I had the good fortune of attending an Al Gore training with his organization called the Climate Reality Project. In fact, I got to become a certified member of the Climate Reality Project Leadership Corps. And the purpose of that organization is to teach people about the impacts, the science, and the solution of climate change. And of course, the science is incontrovertible. When we burn carbon, We trap heat in the atmosphere, we warm the planet, and we kill life. And everyone should be aware of that. I also had the great privilege last year, in December in fact, of attending what was called the Climate Summit for Local Leaders in Paris City Hall. This was happening at the same time that the international climate conference was going on with the United Nations. You had national leaders from all over the world in one part of town. You had local leaders from all over the world in another part of town, and they were all agreeing to the necessity of establishing plans that limit emissions, planning for adaptation, and committing to what has been called the transformation imperative. It was very exciting. It provided some hope. But now, of course, that was a goal, and now we have to create the plans and execute those plans. And you find yourselves at this very important moment in time in the highly responsible position of being our local government that must and will create a visionary plan, a plan that expresses our values, our intelligence, and what we want to be. The 2020s must be the most transformative decade.
30 seconds, please.
The 2020s must be the most transformative decade in human history, and you get to help plan it. So just hope that you'll do the right thing, say no to the things that have gotten us into this mess, and say yes to the future that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul McAbee, Bob Gay, and Adam Schaefer.
Hello, council members. Thank you for listening to me. Paul McAbee, South Bellingham, born and raised in Whatcom County. I thought the next meeting was in June, so I'm not really prepared, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. I think that we need to utilize this economic opportunity to reallocate the taxes that will be obtained through this export terminal to generate a sustainable energy solution. Right now, we're not capable of doing that as a country. There is a lot of good opportunities happening with wind and solar, but you've also heard about solar plants vaporizing birds. And I don't know if anybody's looked into the mining of lithium, and it's strict mining basically. It just devours the earth. I currently work in the oil industry, and I don't agree with the burning of coal. I think that there's a better solution, but I don't think that it's a faucet that we can just turn off at this point in our time. I think that it's something that we need to be able to, like I previously stated, utilize that tax revenue to generate business to create a sustainable energy solution for our community. I'm a sports fisherman, and there's a lot of people saying that they're representing the Lummi Nation, and I was really happy to see some of the Lummi Nation folks show up. But personally, Alaska has an amazing sustainable fishing community. Oregon has this amazing sustainable fishing community, but Washington is so concerned about hurting somebody's feelings, they can't figure out how to talk to either one of them. So I don't believe that using the Lummi Nation is appropriate in this sense, because we have a record. Sorry, I'm really nervous. We've had a record molting period over the last month down the Sandy Point Beach, which a lot of people were thinking was killing the crabs.
30 seconds, please.
But it's not. It's just a huge molting period. And I really appreciate your time, and I hope that we can move forward to a sustainable energy solution, but I don't think that our community is there yet. I think we need to use the resources and produce businesses and sustainable energy, but not now. We're already exporting petroleum. So it's just refined right now.
Time.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Bob Gay, then Adam Schaefer, then Juliana Fisher.
Good evening. I'll try not to bore you. Seems when I went to the closet, I grabbed the wrong shirt. Didn't know there was a dress code. Anyway, I'm Bob Gay. I'm 3695 Backacre Road. They call it Everson. It's the suburbs of Deming. Having worked in industrial construction, primarily at the Cherry Point Industrial Zone, I just like to say that I'd ask you to support that as written. It'll, they talk about some doom and gloom, and we all know fossil fuels are on the way out. But it's going to take some time. In the meantime, we've got jobs, got people that feed their families based on that. So I know they talk about solar, and that's years in the future. They're building it more and more all the time, but it's got some dirty parts too, so it's not as wonderful as everybody makes it out. Anyway, there's not much more I can add to this. We're certainly on the short side of this, and I should have invited more friends, but I didn't realize this was going to be such a big turnout. But anyway, thank you.
Adam, and then Juliana Fisher, and then Jan Dank.
Thank you for having this public hearing tonight. My name is Adam Schaefer and I live in Bellingham. The decision that will be laid before this council will be a difficult one, and I'm reminded of a quote by Abraham Lincoln. I'm not bound to win, but I'm bound to be true. I'm not bound to succeed, but I'm bound to live up to what light I have. A lot of people have spoken before me, but let me reiterate. With this comp plan update, we have an opportunity to explicitly prohibit the shipping of coal or crude oil or natural gas from any future site at Cherry Point. This is an opportunity to make a local decision with global influence on America's energy future, setting a precedent that the West Coast will not be the next hub for exporting fossil fuels overseas. Now, when you all ran for office, you received the support of the community and the people in this room because you all campaigned on a set of promises. A promise to put the health of the environment above private interests. A promise to honor the people who have lived on this land since time immemorial. And a promise to champion the ideals of the people who work so hard to get you elected. Now I recognize that this will be a tough decision. But if you can honestly say that this will not be an improvement for our community, that these dirty, dangerous projects don't threaten our way of life, that they don't degrade or destroy our natural resources, that the economic benefits won't far outweigh the costs, then don't support this amendment. But if you believe that Whatcom County can be a leader in the transition to clean, renewable energy, if you believe that our natural beauty, clean air and water will sustain a high quality of life for generations to come, and if you believe that we must protect our community at all costs, then help us pass this amendment. In elected office, there are certain moments that let you live up to all those hopes you had for yourself and for this county, and to make good on those promises that you made at community forums and radio interviews and in conversations at the door. This is one of those moments. This is one of those times where you can truly say that you're living up to the most sacred promise you made, not only to the voters, but to yourself. That on the county council, you would act to make our home a better place. And this is the time to make good on that promise. You're not bound to win, but you're bound to be true. You're not bound to succeed, but you're bound to let whatever light you have shine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Remember, we talked about applause at the beginning of this meeting, so please show the due respect to all speakers. Juliana Fisher?
Yeah, hello, council members, and thanks for having this meeting. My name is Juliana Fisher, and I live here in Bellingham. I'm the president of Students for Renewable Energy up at Western, and I represent over 2,500 members who are current Western students. We believe in taking action to move beyond fossil fuels and a just transition towards sustainable energy systems by engaging the community through education and advocacy for climate justice. I'm speaking tonight because of the comprehensive plan update. Your charge is to look 20 years into the future and think about the kind of economy we are likely to have and the kind of community we want to be. And so we have to ask ourselves, are we going to be the continent's largest exporter of coal, oil, and liquefied natural gas? Is that what our economy looks like, what our community looks like in 20 years? Last year, the U.S. grid installed more solar generation than natural gas. 2015 was the hottest year on record, And on Earth Day, 155 nations signed an agreement to reduce the world's fossil fuel consumption and its carbon emissions, which is the largest simultaneous treaty signing in history. 90% of the world's energy increase is in clean energy. Our economy is shifting. The energy transition is happening. I'm here tonight asking you to plan for that future, to plan for my future. Say no to fossil fuel exports at Cherry Point, because that's not what the next 20 years looks like. Thanks.
No. Jan Dank, Connor Gulver, and Chris Johnson.
Hi, my name is Jan Dank, not Jan Dank. I'm a physician here in Bellingham. I thank Frank for what he said. I was another one of the 200 physicians who asked for a study of the health impacts at the GPT, and I'm glad he submitted those to you for your consideration. 24 years ago, I took the Hippocratic Oath. Involves putting the health of your patients first. And I try to do that on a microeconomic level, more or less, one diagnosis at a time, one surgery at a time, one prescription at a time. And I try to make that health move forward in increments. I don't know if the lady and gentleman of the council took an oath when you became a council member or what you ran on, but I imagine it was promises of putting the health and welfare of the people of Whatcom County first before your own interests, and put those first, as I try to do on a small level with each patient I see. I think you guys and gal have an opportunity to make bigger health impacts on the community in the decisions you make for land use in terms of clean water and clean air than I can in the last 24 years. Or the next 24 years, I hope to still be practicing, one person at a time. You have the ability to move the scales on a macroeconomic level. You have clean water to protect. We have those examples in Detroit of what's happened with lead, or more recently in Seattle and in Tacoma with lead pipes going to houses. Clean water is important for our health. You have the ability to impact what we can breathe, whether that's diesel matter or clean air coming from China back to us, or mercury in our waters from coal that's burned there. You have the opportunity to impact people's rest and sleep. I can't emphasize that enough. When I looked at all the 400 papers we cited, I would say that the impacts of a train going by an hour, mile and a half long on people's rest when they're woken from deep REM sleep is one of the most important health impacts that we have from land use decisions that would increase traffic and impact everybody within distance of that noise and deep rumbling from having a good night's sleep.
30 seconds, please.
So I don't know what oaths you took or what platforms you ran on, but I would hope that the council members, as weary as you are tonight, can think back to the reasons you ran or the promises you made and live up to whatever promises you had about impacting in a positive fashion the health of the Whatcom County community. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor, and then Chris Johnson, and then Tim Douglas.
My name is Connor Culver. I am a junior at Western Washington University at the Huxley College of the Environment. And I am originally from Colorado, Fort Collins, Colorado, and I have seen the effects that dirty energy has had on communities with fracking there, and I've seen the increase in smog and effects on the health effects it has on the people there, and the increase of occurrence and severity of wildfires. And now I'm here to stand up for the community that I have fallen in love with at my time in Bellingham. That is the community of Whatcom. I fell in love with the beauty of the environment and the people here. And I also want to urge you guys to honor the Lummy's request to deny all future fossil fuel exports and hear the voices of our indigenous people here, where often around the world indigenous voices are silenced. I would like to urge you guys to change the system which we currently live in. Environmentalists often hear the argument that well, you drive a car, what you are wearing was produced with petroleum. Well, that's because we are all in the same system. We are all living under the system that relies on fossil fuels. And we have a chance in Bellingham to start moving in a direction where we can finally challenge that system and these companies that profit off destruction and the harm of individuals and the ecology all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, and then Tim Johnson, and then, or Tim Douglas, and then John Shaughnessy.
I'm Chris Johnson. I live at 2900 Madrona Street in Bellingham. I'm a lifelong resident of Bellingham, and I'd like to thank you all for your time and your service. And I'd like to also say that I agree with much of what the people before me have said. We need to get off fossil fuels. We need to find alternative energies. I totally oppose the exportation of unrefined fuels. I don't know if it's still the case, but a few years ago, refined fuels were our #1 export in the United States. I agree with all that stuff. And, I'm ready to help build the new green energy infrastructure. Let's do it. But, the thing about it is, with trying to ban the exportation of crude oil or natural gas from Cherry Point, I don't believe that this council has the power to do that. You may have the power to deny a permit to a particular project, but to ban the export of a legal commodity would be coming right up against the Interstate Commerce Clause, I believe. I could be wrong, but, so I think it's unfair to ask you guys to take that weight on your shoulders. Another thing I want to mention, about a month ago, I was at a Workforce Development Council meeting. The director of Whatcom County United Way was there. He gave a PowerPoint presentation. And they have a designation, an economic designation for household. It's called ALICE. And it stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. Well, 42% of the households in Whatcom County are designated as ALICE or lower. So we got a big problem in this county. We got high cost of living, and we got really very few living wage jobs. We need to protect that heavy industrial zone at Cherry Point. The way it's written in the comp plan is to preserve the heavy industrial areas
30
in the
seconds,
northwest
please.
part of the county. And I believe that needs to remain. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tim Douglas, John Shaughnessy, and then Peter Willing.
Thank you very much, council members, for the opportunity to speak tonight, for your patience and listening to all of our comments. I'm here because I'm particularly concerned about the economic development and economic health of Whatcom County. And I've watched over the years, we've had cycles in which we've been flat on our back, we've popped back up, we've idled back down again, and the concern is always there. How can we be strong economically? And the fact that we're focusing right now on the industrial lands simply raises this question. But I'd like to point out a couple of things. In the late 70s, when we were really in bad shape economically, really, really in bad shape, we got people together, the port, the county, the city of Bellingham, many residents and private property interests, and we looked at the challenges we were facing. And we realized that one of the big problems was we were so reliant on natural resource harvesting and export that as that was deflating, we were in big trouble. And I think we're facing those kinds of issues again as we see the difficulties in global markets right now. So I'd like to encourage you to really sharpen your pencils on the economic development aspects of our plan and our initiatives there, and make sure that they're carefully thought about as you're looking at this industrial land. I remember as Community Trade and Economic Development Director when I brought an international, globally recognized shoe company to Whatcom County to look at land in the Semiahmoo area, and they were enthralled with what they saw. It was beautiful. It had the access they needed. It was close to Vancouver, a creativity center in their mind. And it was a place where they thought their people could be especially productive in their creative sense in the design of shoes that would lead to manufacture. These same things exist now, and we should be looking at the positive opportunities that we have in this county. We have got great educational institutions. We have the best cybersecurity programs in the Western United States. We have a lot of important research going on in many spectrums, and also we produced over 3,300 jobs in just a 3-year period in the 70s by relying on the ingenuity and hard work ethic of local people.
30 seconds, please.
So we've got a lot of possibilities here, and I ask you to emphasize and think about those. A lot of important questions have been raised here, particularly about natural resource questions, but I think we need to be looking at what have we got that could be the new kind of future for Whatcom County, and not just lodge ourselves in what we've lived to the present time. Thank you.
Thank you. John Shaughnessy, Peter Willing, and Judy Hopkinson. I'm going once for John. Most have left. Peter Willing. And Judy then. And then Elisa French. And then Yoshi Ravel.
Thank you. I'm Judy Hopkinson, 1446 Franklin, Apartment B. And I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters, and we have about 200 members in Whatcom County, a little over that. And each of you have already received my testimony in your boxes, so I'm not going to read it again. But I did want to emphasize that we as a league have adopted a policy decades ago which states that land use should consider water availability, and this is the basis of our ability to offer this testimony to you in support of the proposed new policy 2A-14. Now, I heard on the way in here that there was a meeting earlier today in which you all considered revising that policy, and that consideration was based on concerns about from an attorney that it might make it more difficult for him to defend a lawsuit. And I just want to urge you to recall that the purpose of a comprehensive plan is to plan for the citizens of Whatcom County and not to make the job of a lawyer easier. And you're going to have to kind of let that handle fall out wherever it may. Let's make this a plan that plans for the future of our county and do the best we can. Thanks very much.
Elisa French, Yoshi Ravel, and then Patrick Halsey again.
Hello, council members. My name is Alyssa French, and I am on Gladstone Street in Bellingham. Prohibiting further expansion and export from Cherry Point and denying a permit to the proposed Gateway Pacific Terminal is a great opportunity to bring Whatcom County forward into the inexorable sustainable future of our economy. And I beat doors and phone banked and donated heart and energy and money to the campaigns of 6 out of 7 members of this body, and I am so proud to see you guys up there. And I'm so proud of the huge voice of Whatcom County coming together to protect what we love about this. And thank you to Councilman Weimer for the 2A-14. I would love to have that included, and I thank you all for being here, and I'm very proud to be a part of this community whose voice is so strong on this issue, and I trust that you guys are going to support us the way that we're supporting you. Thank you.
Yoshi and then Patrick.
Thank you. My name is Yoshi Ravel. Thank you, members of the audience and members of the council. Yes, we need to block the export of fossil fuels. We're in a very difficult change, and it's going to be painful, but we have to do it. Our future generations are watching us. They're watching us. And they're asking us, what kind of planet are you going to pass on? we have to start using less. We have to start using less. All of us. This isn't only about blocking the export of fossil fuels. This is all of us starting to live simpler lives and using less and sharing with each other more. We have to live from our hearts. This is about compassion. It's about compassion for each other. It's about compassion for the environment. We have to put our hearts into this. We have to say that this matters. It's going to hurt making the change, but we've got to make the change. We've been using too much. We've been consuming too much. We have to stop consuming so much. All of us. And start sharing with each other and caring about each other and caring about the environment. We don't have any choice. We have to. I thank you for your time, and I wish you all good health. Thank you.
Patrick?
Patrick Allison, 4825 Alderson Road. I wish to thank you guys and woman for doing such a good job here. I really appreciated people's comments. Not that I agree with all of them. A couple of them said, oh, we can't have growth at Birch Bay. We have rural water rights that we can handle twice the population. Birch Bay is an urban growth area. The urban growth areas are not the problem. Human beings are not the problem. They're the solution. I said as a kid, you gotta watch out those things they say as a kid. It comes back to you. In a public discussion, I said, the last hawk could eat the last sparrow, and neither one of them would understand the significance of the act. Only a human beings, Homo sapiens, could understand it. And we can do something about it. I remember when I was a kid, a young man, smoking, I finally figured out I could no longer afford to smoke, and I quit cold turkey. I think probably is a good way to do with the coal. Don't build infrastructure that's not going to be for the future. Build the infrastructure that is for the future. And a lot of it is in the brains of these young kids that we heard from tonight. I really like them. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of the sign-up sheet. We will have anybody else that would like to speak. Come down, please. Please come down so we can see how many you are. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Crooks. I live in Bellingham, Washington. Thank you all for a very late night. I'd like to thank everybody for their comments. I hadn't planned to speak this evening, but as I was listening to everyone, I was reminded of something I saw recently on television, and I wanted to share it with you, and hope that you have an opportunity to perhaps see this before you make your decisions. I recently saw a show, Dick Cavett show. Perhaps you caught it. It originally aired, I think, in 1960s, 70s. And the guest that evening was a certain actor by the name of Marlon Brando. He was there with 4 other guests. One was a gentleman from a tribe in Montana. I can't remember his name or the tribe. Second was a gentleman who was representing the Paiute Nation from Wyoming. A third was an attorney who was representing the tribes. And the fourth was a gentleman by the name, I think, of Sam Keeley from the Lummi Nation. They were there to discuss the infringement on their native lands by strip mining coal. They were concerned because it was encroaching on their native habitat. They were worried about the wildlife, the environment, and they were urging people to take this into consideration when they were looking at allowing this to continue and asking that it not continue. The Lummi tribal member in particular was asked to show a video that he had brought, very proud of an aqua farm that the Lummi tribe had recently developed. And it was showing the methods of farming the fish and how successful it was and how much it was helping the Lummi Nation and how great it was and what the future that this held for the Lummi Nation. And I thought, wow, you can figure up for yourself how long ago this was. And I thought, this is still going on. I guess I would just like to call it to your attention. I'll be happy to send you the link to that particular show so that you can see it too. Because I think maybe it's time that we make Marlon and Sam Keeley and maybe even Dick Cavett happy and grant the wishes of the tribes that were there that night to request that their nation and their lands be protected and preserved. Thank you.
Carly Detheridge with Resources for Sustainable Communities. I'm the Clean Water Program organizer, and I also live in Bellingham, Washington. Thanks again, like other folks have said, for slogging through the public comments here, but it's really important, and I appreciate it. I'm here to speak to something not related to fossil fuels or Cherry Point. It's water availability, and a few other folks have touched on that. Thank you all earlier today for taking the time to carefully consider and revise policy 2A14, now it's 2A15, that Councilmember Carl Weimer introduced. Although it's not quite as strong as the original, this policy is on the right track for making sure future land use decisions and development in the county are tied to enough legal water. Yes, it's not the county's job to quantify water rights, it's the Department of Ecology's, but that doesn't mean you all, as council members, cannot request them to actually do their job. Just remember, the Nooksack River is the last stand in Washington State for allowing salmon and people to reside together in the future. Let's keep it that way by tying land use with legal water availability. It's common sense and good planning. Thank you all again for your dedicated work on this comp plan update.
Wendy Harris. First, I just want to say I am so delighted to see an audience full of environmentalists, and I hope that they keep coming back. I really do. It's sometimes it's pretty lonely stepping up here, being the only voice, and I'm so glad that you got to see that we really have a strong community support for the environment, for wildlife, for water, and for other issues. So I couldn't be more pleased. I'm not going to speak on Cherry Point. I actually want to talk about some of the technical details in the comp plan, and I want to actually start with policy 2A-14. I guess I was just told now 215, and my computer just went dead. One of the things that concerns me is we haven't coordinated the comp plan update with the CAO, and it's created some problems, some incorrect language, not quite coordinating understandings and legal standards that I'm a little concerned about. So one of the things I'm concerned about is we talk about mitigating the impacts of growth and having a multi-stakeholder work group. I just want to make sure you're aware that the state already did this. They had a multi-stakeholder group, and they issued a report. It's one of my favorite reports, calling Making Mitigation Work. And there were a list of wonderful recommendations in there. It's all very accessible for the public. I believe the tribes were involved, the farmers, developers, environmentalists. It was a big project, and it's a really good report. So I hope whatever you do, that they use that document as a guideline. One of the first things they tell you to do is to avoid impacts. I'm a little confused about the sending areas and critical areas, because under the law, critical areas shouldn't be developed. I mean, you can't develop unless you can meet no net loss, and you have to establish that before you develop. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. And maybe this is something creative that I don't understand, but that kind of hit me a little strange. I also want to talk about policy 2D. You know, we started this meeting out hearing about how we're short on EMS funding, and then we have all these policies about incentives. Incentives cost money, they're not free. Why are we giving money normally to the biggest, most affluent developers and farmers when we need things like basic human services? It's a public subsidy, and public funds should go to the public good, not to the private sector. I do not support incentives, and I hope you'll reconsider that. And then I also had a concern going back to policy A1. It talks about ensuring sufficient land, water, and densities to accommodate growth. What's going to happen when you run out of land and water? You can't fabricate it, and we need to talk about that reality. It's nowhere reflected in here that we have shortages on natural resources and we're going to run out of land, and we can't keep pretending we're not going to. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the County Council, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Gene Marks. I'm from Bellingham, Washington. I'm a member of Veterans for Peace, Chapter 111, our local Veterans for Peace chapter among 150 global chapters. I've also been on the Executive Council of the national organization located in St. Louis, Missouri. When the Veterans for Peace veterans back in 1986 thought to establish Veterans for Peace, Inc., foremost on their minds was the Ecuadorian, was the Central American War. And to stop all other wars, future wars now and present. The farthest thing from their minds at that time was the environment. I have to, in full disclosure. But sadly, it's a major initiative for us now. Veterans for Peace is a global organization of military veterans and allies whose collective efforts are to build a culture of peace by using our experiences and lifting our voices. So I had no choice but to come up tonight and lift my voice. Sadly, the environment is no longer a silent casualty of war and armed conflict. When we think about endless war, we have to think about the environment. War wastes and destroys natural resources, but before the first bullet is even fired, preparation for war requires the extracting and processing of metals, wood, and petroleum to build infrastructure, manufacture equipment, and develop advanced weaponry. The Iraq War, as an example, was responsible for 141 million metric tons of carbon releases in its first 4 years, according to an Oil Change International report. More than the emissions from 139 countries from 2003 to 2007. Or about the same as putting an extra 25 million cars on the roads for a year here in the United States. Our community should not want to be linked to this metric, even indirectly or tacitly. The development of earth-gentle, sustainable energy sources must be the cornerstone of any plan to reduce reliance on conventional fossil fuels. Accommodating the processing of low-grade fossil fuels from oil shale and tar sands, for example, creates more problems than are solved. Whatcom County should never acquiesce to a scorched earth
30
future
seconds, please.
by ensuring its proliferation. Someone once said that because we don't think about future generations, they'll never forget us. I urge the council to honor the Lummi Nation request. Adding critical language to the comprehensive plan that would prohibit all future fossil fuel export from Cherry Point would ensure that they remember us in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tiana Melquist. I live on East Oregon Street, just over the hill from Alabama. I have something that you haven't heard yet tonight. You're probably wondering how can someone else pile anything else onto this, but I'll make it brief. In 2011, there was a major earthquake off the coast of Japan, as you know, and that was not enough. Not long after that, there was a tsunami, and not long after that, there was a nuclear meltdown. And in the midst of all of that, you sort of think, like, how can it get any worse? There's a writer named Nassim Taleb who wrote a book about this phenomenon called the Black Swan. And he has a theory that we like to put blinders up and not consider all those crazy, terrible things that might go wrong in the future. Part of his theories, I'll read from a description here, it refers only to unexpected events of large magnitude and consequence and their dominant role in history. Such events, considered extreme outliers, collectively play vastly larger roles than regular occurrences. I'm not a doomsdayer and I'm not crazy, but I think we should consider that we've all heard that we lie on fault lines along the Pacific Northwest, and there's been a lot of research stating it's not a matter of if there will be an earthquake in this region, it's a matter of when. And if we're thinking long term, I think we owe it to ourselves to just give it a moment of consideration that we will have a major earthquake along the West Coast. And anything that is coastal and all our development that makes a hub for coal, oil, and natural gas, I think we need to think about that. Because maybe if the earthquake happened, there would not be anything in transport at that particular moment. But there's a good chance that it would. And that sort of disaster would really compound the amount of disaster or damage that could occur. So I don't know exactly what all that means, but I would ask you just to consider that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chiara Rose D'Angelo Patricio. I'm a senior. I'm going to be graduating this spring. I did not plan on speaking tonight. And my heart is pounding, and I believe it's because I care very deeply about this issue. Where to start? The Cherry Point herring are at 3% of 1970s levels. They're a small foraging fish that are at the base of our food web. This food web upholds the spring Chinook salmon, gorgeous, incredible fish. That's the chosen food source of the southern resident killer whale, of which there's 84 remaining. These killer whale are breeding right now, but when they have babies, these babies at about 60% are boys, and their aborting rates are very high. Why are they not having equal rates of females to males? A scientist was going to explain it, and he was on a panel, and then his time cut out, so I didn't get to hear that piece. But it's very concerning because population depends on having new females in order to survive. And as you know, the southern resident killer whale and the spring Chinook salmon are both endangered species. And so I had the worst nightmare of my life about 3 weeks ago. And in this nightmare, a creature, a small sea otter washed up upon shore, and I looked carefully at it and wondered why this creature was in front of me and what had happened, and then another one, and I look out, and there's this oil emitting from the Salish Sea. I was looking out on the San Juans from the Chaconuts, and in the back of my head, someone goes, Valdez, and I didn't know what that meant until I woke up and looked it up, and that was the Valdez oil spill. And I think it was probably the most grief I've ever felt in my entire life. And I want you seriously to consider the potential of an oil spill with increased exports. And that's why I decided to speak.
30 seconds, please.
So thank you very much. I also have knocked all of the dorms in 6 of your names. So I've spent countless hours pouring my heart into speaking to students and trying to convince them that the political system is not lost, and that we need people that can represent students, and trying to convince people to register and vote that don't believe in the system and don't believe that there's people that will represent their true values and true ideals. So I hope that you can know that the whole future is watching y'all tonight. So thank you so much.
Daryl Lambert. I'm a recent Bellingham resident. I just moved here. My girlfriend got into grad school at Western. One of the reasons we moved here, primarily, we came to the area, and the area is absolutely gorgeous. I spent like the past 2 Mondays out kayaking out on the bay. It's a wonderful area. I can't speak much to the coal industry because I've never worked in it, but I worked in the oil industry for a number of years, and primarily over in the refineries in New Jersey. And you guys all know about the spills that are going to happen, the giant ones, the BPs, the Exxon Valdez. That's one thing. What about the daily spills? I remember hearing on the radio on a regular enough basis of about a spill here, a spill there. One of the most memorable events I had working at that refinery was walking from our explosion-proof offices to where we were building the project and seeing a goose covered in oil. And this was from a company that has their company motto is, no job is so urgent or important that it cannot be done, or you cannot take the time to do it safely and in an environmentally prudent manner. I was with the environmental health and safety team. Like, we spent our time trying to prevent this from ever happening. And every one of those individuals that I worked with, loved the environment. They dedicated their lives to trying to prevent this from happening. And it happened on a regular basis. So, do you want that to happen in Bellingham? Do you want that to happen at Cherry Point? If you increase the rate of traffic of oil out of these ports, you are going to increase the rate of spills. And I've traveled all over the continental United States and then overseas. It doesn't get much more beautiful than Bellingham does. This area is absolutely gorgeous. Do we really want oil coming through here, and do we want it on our shores? Because you're going to have spills. We might get lucky. It might not be the BP. We might not be affected by an earthquake if it does happen, but we're going to get daily spills. Well, not daily, but weekly. Depending on your oil traffic. If you bring oil in here, it's going to happen. Thanks.
My name is John Holstein. I live at 4915 Samish Way, Unit 11. I heard a lot of good ideas here, lots of good ideas. I have just one question. It's a legal question. With this treaty, the Point Elliott Treaty of 1855 with the Lummi Nation, I think that gives them control over the waters near Cherry Point. Then what's the discussion about now? And that really is a question, and that I haven't gotten an answer for. So if we have a treaty, how can we talk about the possibility of breaking it? That's what's implied here. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rita Jefferson. I'm a member of the Lummi Nation Indian Business Council. And before I share I believe our planning director, Kirk Vinish, was here sharing some possible proposed language changes. But just the doctor shared earlier, from a personal note, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer back in 2006. And it was a learning opportunity on how to change my life and live more in a healthier manner, from the foods we eat to the air we breathe, and living a simpler life, and how I've taught my daughters to keep them safe. And just recently, on my most recent trip back to Seattle Cancer Care Alliance, they found within this region, thyroid cancer has more than tripled in the last 10 years. And it's exposure to something, but they don't know what the chemical or the exposure is to, and the research is still going on. So I just consider you to seriously think about the health and welfare of our people, of the community. Our future generations are important. And I just wanted to share our planning director's, he requested a new paragraph at the end of the Cherry Point description on page 2-72, While the county recognizes the uniqueness of Cherry Point for industrial uses, the shipment of coal or crude oil from any new or existing terminal or pier is detrimental to both the environment and the quality of life of Whatcom County due to the severity of the environmental impacts and should be specifically excluded from future uses at Cherry Point. And it was also recommended that at the end of Policy 2CC9, should the Cherry Point development moratorium be lifted, the shipment of coal or crude oil from any new pier will be prohibited. And then also Policy 2CC-12, the shipment of coal or crude oil from any new shipping terminal or pier or from any existing terminal or pier is prohibited. And I would also just like to share, Lummi Nation has been trying to work towards helping to create sustainable living wage jobs.
30
but
seconds,
the health of our
please.
people are also important in the types of jobs that we create for our families and communities. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jack Pokorny, and I'm a freshman at Western Washington University. I live at 533 40th Street, which is pretty close to here. I just wanted to share a quote with you tonight from the great Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Questions have been raised tonight as to your authority on the new coal and oil trains. Don't let such ignominious skepticism keep you from stating to our country that coal and oil trains are not my children's future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Truitt. I live on 3200 Villette, and I'm a graduate student at Western Washington University in the geology department. It is easy to catastrophize about what might happen if fossil fuel exports are allowed to continue through Cherry Point and in Whatcom County in general. So that would be the worst case scenario, big oil spills, trains exploding, all the things that we've heard about in the news, which are certainly possible. But what about the best case scenario if fossil fuel exports are allowed to continue through Cherry Point? And I'm asking you to think about what that might look like. And to me, it looks a lot like climate change and Bellingham and Whatcom County becoming another cog in the wheel of big oil companies to make money and step on whoever they want in the process. But that aside, even if we're not refining the oil here or burning the oil here, it's happening somewhere else. So it's easy to detach ourselves from that. And I don't think that we should, because climate change is global. And my thesis is actually about climate change on stream temperature in the Nooksack River. And it's projected that with the disappearance of glaciers and snowpack, water temperature will actually heat up and be inhospitable for salmon. So that's one local impact. So even though fossil fuels are being refined and burned elsewhere, I think it affects us here, and that's just one example. So really consider if this best case scenario is best for the people of Whatcom County. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Devin Kaufman. I am a student at Western Washington University, Huxley Environmental Sciences. I study innovations with energy sciences, specifically food production. I work on the recreation of natural ecosystems to produce food in an urban setting. It's a growing field. It's all new. Not even a lot of my instructors know about it. It's emerging agriculture and aquaculture. It's urbanized. It's never really been done, but it's a growing field, and it's taken up so much spark and innovation. I just want to say that innovation happens really quickly. It's like computers. We never thought smartphones could ever fit into a pocket decades ago, but now they can. It's something new, and the same is for renewable energies. Solar panels and wind are not that efficient compared to coal right now because we've never been investing in them. I believe that as soon as we start investing in them seriously, that the innovations will spark, because there are tons of young people out there, and old too, with all these great ideas and passion. They have so much passion for this science, but it's just not known. As soon as we start investing in it, it will become more known, and then the innovations spark, and we have power then that can generate more than anything done by fossil fuels. And thanks for hearing that up.
Good evening. My name is Ann Barrett. I live on Bayview Drive. I had not meant to speak, but I've been so moved by the comments and wanted to add some that may have not been spoken yet. I do have the privilege and honor to work at Northwest Indian College, so I'm surrounded by students all the time who want to make change. And as I listen to these students, my heart weeps. And we owe them so much as elders, and I'm one, to make the right decisions for the future of these young people. I'm a Democrat. I don't know if I can speak about Republican Democrat here, but I just attended the Whatcom convention for the Democrats this Sunday. And for those of you who may have been there were 1,200 people in that Whatcom Community College, standing room only almost. It was amazing. And people want change. And we voted on a platform for the environment, for tribal rights. And it was unanimous, the Democratic constituents of your county that were there. So I speak for them and bring that message forward. I keep thinking of this song from Les Mis, "Do you hear the people roar? It is the sound of angry men. We want revolution. We want change. We want healthy environments for the future. And we do not want to be manipulated by those that make money and hurt the little guy. No more. Thank you."
Good evening, members of council. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to hold a public hearing on this chapter and all chapters of the comprehensive plan. We really appreciate it. My name is Matt Petrini. I'm the Clean Energy Program Manager for Resources for Sustainable Communities. We represent 20,328 members in Northwest Washington who believe in keeping safe the communities of Northwest Washington and the ecosystems they depend on for survival. I have really brief comments tonight because I agree with most of what's been said already. But the one thing that this process that you're going through, the comprehensive plan update, is required by law. It's required by Section 3670A 130 to update the comprehensive plan and make necessary revisions. And so what is determined to be necessary is a question that we have to ask. And there is overwhelming public interest in seeing the language that has been put forward by the Lummi Nation be adopted into our comprehensive plan. We've been talking to a lot of people. There's a lot of people that showed up at a hearing in January. We talked to a lot of them about what this language would do and how it would affect our community. And we're seeing just this sea change of support toward this language and interest in supporting this language. And as we've been talking to people who even initially opposed it and about what it would do and how it would protect our community, we're seeing a lot of people change their mind about it because they realize it's about exports, they realize it's about future projects, they realize it's about expansion and not existing industry. And all of those things are very important. It's a very important distinctions. So given the fact that we've had so much discussion in our community about what the impacts of these kinds of projects would be, there's no question. And given where we're geographically located, as the last undeveloped deep water port on the west coast of the United States, there's no question that we need this protection, that our community is demanding it, that our obligations as legislators, your obligations as legislators, our obligations as citizens demand it. So the question that I have for you is that you simply ask your attorney to explain to us why you're not speaking to this question. Why the hundreds of people that are showing up, the hundreds of thousands of people now at this point who are submitting you letters, why you cannot answer them. We need to know that. Our public demands it. Our members demand it.
30 seconds,
Your
please.
obligations as legislators demand it. Please explain that to us, because it's not fair. And this process is about robust public participation and responsiveness to what our community needs for its 20-year planning horizon. So we need to understand that better, and we need to really look at that carefully. So we really hope that you'll ask your county attorney to explain this to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments tonight. I'd also like to thank you for your legible writing. It was the best I've ever seen, actually. We will keep accepting public comment through the whole comprehensive plan process, which goes through the month of June. I think right now, before we move on, we're going to need to take about a 10-minute break. We got to stretch, so we'll be back in 10. Okay, we are back in session. We have one more public hearing to get through. That is Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 6, Transportation. We have no one signed up. Would anyone like to speak about the Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 6?
We can count on
Wendy
We will
Harris.
I will open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Wendy Harris. My computer died, so I'm going to have to try to remember this. I think that you guys did a really good job in making improvements, so I was really happy about that. I've actually been really happy with all the work you've been doing. But, nothing's perfect. One of the things that hit me was, and Frank touched on this, I was looking over the level of service stuff and my eyes sort of glazed over and I'm like, oh, that's technical stuff. And then it hit me, level of service isn't just a convenience issue anymore or a concurrency issue. It's a vital health and death issue now. The EPA report came out at the beginning of the year that I keep talking about how our greatest environmental health risks in this county are from wood smoke and traffic. So when you're stuck in traffic, and you're in front of all these idling cars and you're breathing in those fumes, we now really need to think about level of service in a different way. We have to talk about the most significant health impacts most of us are going to experience. So I would urge you to consider that. One of the things that's really scary to me is how fast the railroads have moved to put in new infrastructure. I live out by Loomis Trails and Bay Road, and I have to cross Loomis Trail and Portal Way. Well, there's always a train. It's over a mile long. It runs, they have it there, and it's every night, and it runs. And it's only a mile from where I live. And last night it was gone for the first time in forever. And when I saw the infrastructure that they had put in the last 6 months, I almost had a heart attack. There's 3 tracks there. There's all kinds of equipment and stuff. It's big. And I lived there and I didn't know that was going on. So they're clearly staging more and more trains. And so one of the things that really hit me too about the comp plan was that I'm really glad that we're not emphasizing supporting and promoting trains as much, but we also really need to put in there that it's an issue that's growing and we don't have control over, because we need to recognize that. I think we also need to start looking at things potentially like bigger setbacks. In Blaine, there are homes literally that the backyard backs the train track. There's literally, I'm not making this up, zero. I know because when I was looking for houses, I saw it. There was 0 setbacks. So, we have to take into account a blast zone. That whole waterfront is a blast. A lot of places in this county are in blast zones. But there's also a zone for the diesel and fuel particulates. And that, the science isn't clear on that, but that's looking to be between 2 and 5 miles, depending on wind flow and geography and stuff. So this is a very significant impact.
Time.
And I'd hope you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to transportation issues with regard to the comp plan? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. And again, thank you for your comments. And we will be taking written comments through the end of the comp plan process. We'll now move into the open session. During the open session, the audience members will have up to 3 minutes to address the council on any issue relevant to county business. Just as in the public hearing, the clerk will alert you when there's 30 seconds left and when time is complete. Please state your name for the record and your topic of interest, and make sure to speak into the microphone. So go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thanks for staying up so late to do our work. I appreciate that. This evening, I heard members of this council speak to their general support of Whatcom County's emergency medical system, and yet we've got more hesitation tonight. Wait a minute. Let's not move forward on this yet. We've been hammering on how to fund a sustainable funding source for EMS for a couple of decades now. And Councilmember Brenner, I sat in a room with you about 15 years ago. I don't know if you would remember in the city, and been working on this almost 2 decades for a funding source that's going to move forward, and it's not going to be a constant political ball game. We found it, and we didn't just find it, we found it in all the stakeholders in this county. Okay, and that took a lot of work, and these folks worked 14 months to get to that place. The reasons I've heard tonight for needing further consideration on your part are aspects having to do with the impression that this levy would leave taxpayers regarding the money that no longer is taken out of the 2 general funds. That's the concern. The concern I heard wasn't about whether this is the plan that we need to work with and go forward. It's how's this going to look? And that is a concern. And I don't begrudge you that the fact that you have to consider that. The reality is this: there's less money in both general funds, and we all know that. This is due to some new laws, a la Tim Eyman. This is due to increases in the county needs. We are spending reserves right now, right? And there's less money due to political unwillingness to support a tax revenue increases where appropriate. This county council has not taken full advantage of moving forward with more revenue sources that they could have been in the past. And it's not all these people sitting here, but that's been the case. I'll just wrap up by saying I'm going to challenge you folks to consider taking forward action on an EMS levy very soon, because it's the right thing to do. Not because we don't know what's going to happen with the jail.
30 seconds, please.
All right. Don't put off for fear of not funding other needs to not fund this levy, this EMS levy. It needs to happen. This is where leadership meets the road. And I'm going to take a couple of seconds to address Council Member Brenner's concerns about our Canadian users. First of all, they do pay taxes towards their EMS services here. They pay their 10th of 1%. And by the way, thanks. Sure, I'm sorry. Colin Lowen, I live at 2603 H Street.
Can he just finish what he was saying about the
Yeah, I'll go
Okay.
ahead and finish up.
So first of all, they do pay, just like anybody else in town, they do pay their 0.001 1/10 of 1%. And I need the council to remember that that money, even though it's for EMS, by law, 1/3 of that money isn't going to EMS. It's going to law enforcement, if you're not aware of that. The second thing is, with an EMS call, especially one that recalls for a transportation, half of that is required to be paid by the user, the transportation, and the whole call, and Canadians pay for that as well. Third on the Canadian thing, it's sort of a reciprocity thing, right? When I go to Skagit County, I'd like to think that I'm going to get taken care of if I get in a car wreck there, just like a Canadian should consider that here. And when I go to Vancouver for the day, which I do, that I'm going to be taken care of up there. So we do that. And along those lines, as far as taxes go, sales tax is the most regressive tax available out there. Thanks.
Can you leave your phone number? I know I'm not going to be able to debate you at all.
Go ahead.
I like some of what you said, though.
My name is Todd Lagasty. I live here in Whatcom County, and I'm an executive board member for Bellingham Firefighters Union, IAFF Local 106. And I've been a professional firefighter here in Whatcom County for over 15 years, and in my 15 years of public safety service, I've seen good things, I've seen great things, I've seen some things that make you go, what the heck, and I've seen more than my share of some bad things. But one of the saddest things I've seen is the fighting and the political short-sightedness of addressing appropriate emergency medical services funding here in Whatcom County. And you have the chance to do the right thing and let democracy work. You have the chance to put the EMS levy on the ballot.
that's what democracy looks like. People's lives are at stake, and they're in your hands. Maybe not literally like mine, but I need you to help me get the funding to do my job. I'm willing to risk my life to save others. All we're asking you to do is to risk letting democracy work. Please, put the EMS levy on the ballot. Thank you.
You didn't think I talked enough tonight. Patrick Allisay, 4825 Alderson Road, Birch Bay. I'm going to send a message to you that I sent to the county council 20 years ago. Now, this is a much different council. Maybe it will stick. You know, we need to let people know what it costs to deliver the public services and even some of the private services that they enjoy and where they live. The rural areas, I'm sorry, cost a lot more. They get a far less level of service, whether it be fire protection, police protection, you name it. Less service, more cost. And they don't seem to know that. They don't seem to understand that. I keep running into people. Ran into a fellow the other day, well, his sister. She says, oh, my brother moved from Linden because the rent went up, and he's moving up Mount Baker someplace because the rent is less. Well, you know, it's going to cost him more to live up there because he's going to have to drive more. It's going to be tougher to get to work. He won't have as good medical service if he needs it. He won't have as good fire protection if he needs it. He might be sending his kids to a less efficient school system. This is stuff we do as a government. We need to let people know where government can work efficiently and where it can't. I'm willing to pay for my services. Yes, some of my areas are inefficient, but I will certainly vote for the EMS levy. Thank you.
He makes chocolates back then.
My name is Robert Glorioso, and I'm from Birch Bay, and my daughters and I attend the C Shop on a regular basis. Thank you very much for your comments. Again, Robert Glorioso, firefighter paramedic here in Whatcom County. I serve in Bellingham. I'm also the president of Local 106, the firefighters. I represent the lion's share of the firefighters here in Whatcom County. Yes. I think I remember finding something very valuable to you one time at a specific occasion. I'm here today, obviously, in support of getting this EMS levy on the ballot. Over the 15 years I've served in a few different areas. I worked up in Anchorage, Alaska. I've been in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and landed here in Whatcom County. I knew this was my home when I got here. I sit here and I'm humbled, and I listen to the folks who have got up here for hours tonight and talked about how much they cared about their community, how much they cared about their future, their environment, and their future. And one thing I have to say about Executive Louse is that he's got a quality individual working for him here. It's Tyler Schroeder. He took on a huge role. He put chairing a committee that brought people together that have not been able to come to consensus in EMS for decades. And one thing that we realized was, under his leadership, was that we could check our ego at the door, and we found that all of us really care about one thing, and that is not reducing services in EMS in this county. We deliver a service that I can speak to is second to none. And without the proper funding, we cannot continue to do that work. Now, there's a saying, it says, a good paramedic will save a life, but a good EMT will save a paramedic. That's what we do for each other. That's what we do for each other. It's helping those that help you. And that's what we're asking from you, is to help those that help you. Now, this plan, what I'm hearing today was the hesitation is coming from what we're going to do with the freed up dollars, if we put this EMS levy on the ballot and it passes. Well, I'm sure just like you wouldn't tell me what to do with a sick respiratory patient, I certainly am not here to tell you what to do in developing a plan. But I know that you can do it. I know that the city council in Bellingham can do it, and I know this county council can do
30
it.
seconds, please.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment speakers?
Wendy Harris, I'm here to speak about the recreation plan, but first I want to say that I stand in solidarity with the EMS program and with the firefighters. I depend on them for my life. I can't tell you how many times I've had to call them since I've moved because of fires, people burning garbage, things that threaten my life on a very real level. And I need them there. I need them to keep me alive. So I don't care what it costs. I don't care how you get the money. I want you to get it. If it takes a levy, it takes a levy. I'd really like you to look at things like incentives and impact fees and other ways that we can free up money from other places and reallocate it to really important services like saving people's lives. And I would like to thank all of these men for what they've done for me and for everyone else in the county. Now, onto the recreation plan. I am very concerned about all these trails going in. Everyone thinks it's such a great thing, and I don't, and I'll tell you why. It's all going in without us doing the proper analysis and inventory of what kind of wildlife is there, where the migration corridors are, what the habitat value is, if we're creating sinkholes, or we don't know what's there. And because we're not doing this in combination with the CAO, what you don't know is that the CAO has an exemption for low-impact recreational activities, including trails and hiking and nature watching. And once you get that exemption as an activity, you then get to come in under the critical area ordinance to build infrastructure in support of that activity. Because I wondered for a long time how the parks director was getting away with things like the reconveyance plan and not looking at wildlife, and he would never say it. And it was from working on the CAO committee, I was like, I'll bet you this is how it's coming about. And I think that I am not against public access to beautiful areas, but it has to be done in the right way so that there's adequate buffers for whatever wildlife is there, and we have to know what's there. And we also have to acknowledge that not all of that land's for us to use. Some of it has to be put aside for wildlife habitat. And because we have policies and they're not being implemented,
seconds, please.
I would really ask you to consider something that might require something very tangible, like 15% of parklands or whatever the amount shows as being set aside specifically for wildlife that humans don't tamper with. And, I don't want to really, blame the parks director too much. It's not his training. His job is to do parks for people, and he does a good job. So, from his view, having these animals, they're taken away from what he needs to get done, and they're a
Time.
nuisance. We need somebody that's speaking for the animals. Thank you.
Go ahead.
You're part of that
Microphone.
the Wildlife Advisory Committee.
Yes.
Have you talked about that? That's an interesting.
We haven't gotten into that yet, but we just talked about, we do want to make comments on the comp plan, and we should be sending a letter to advise you, but since we got going so slowly, and they've been working on looking at a wildlife corridor, and what they're discovering is, hey, we don't have enough information to do anything. They're starting to look at species of local importance, and they do want to, we do as a group want to make a comment on the environment chapter.
Well, I'm talking specifically about set aside. What percentage?
It's very animal specific, but it's also specific to intensity of use. So the more people you have using a trail, the more impact there is in the bigger buffer. And I've never seen anyone, not just Whatcom County, really account for that. If you have bicycles going through 5 times a day, it's not a big deal. If they're going through 500 times a day, it's a big deal, because then no animal's going to use it. Animals' natural instinct is to stay away where humans are. So there's a lot of different issues you need to look at. So it's not something, there's standard buffers someone can cite, but it gets a little trickier in different animals. Some animals are more tolerant of people than others, so that's why you need to know what animals are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak at the open session?
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. I just want to encourage you, Council, you did some good work today, I thought, working together and trying to get some solutions. It's easy to take up emotional issues, EMS, everybody's concerned about their health and so forth, and these firefighters and these people that do this are wonderful people. But keep your heads on. Don't just make decisions with your emotions. We have hearts for a purpose, yeah, but keep your heads on. Look at the whole thing, not just EMS. None of us know whether we have another breath. And as good as their work is, you got to keep it in perspective. And as big as this crowd was tonight, there's 207,000, 8,000 people in the county. Most people weren't invited by resources tonight to come and give you their side of it. There's dozens and hundreds of families that tucked their kids into bed tonight, fed their horses, did all sorts of things and had no thought of coming here. But they have opinions too. Keep your heads on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Hearing none, I'll close the public open session. I do have a motion I'd like to make, given the fact that we've talked about the EMS levy tonight, and several of us have identified the fact that we do need to get this rolling. We do need the process going. So I would like to move to direct the administration to draft a resolution to put the EMS levy on the November 2016 ballot, and I request this to be completed in time for inclusion in the March 17th council packet.
Second.
May 17th.
Yeah, excuse me, that's a 5. May 17th packet. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
Well, I have to say, I'm not real comfortable with what I saw the city pass, and I'm not real comfortable with that. But I forget who it was who said it. This is to put it on the ballot, and actually I'm a fanatic about putting things on the ballot, so it would be counter Brenner to not support it. I think it might end up being a mistake, but maybe I'm wrong.
Other discussion? Mr. Mann?
We should definitely get a draft going by our next meeting. I mean, obviously, I'm going to support it, and I'm going to support voting for it. But we need to have the process happening, because we don't have forever. So we've got a few more meetings left before we actually have to have that final vote. So let's get a draft, get it out for public comment again, and then we'll presumably, hopefully, vote to put it on the ballot.
Other comments? Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I want to get this sorted as quick as possible so we can move forward, and the people who are going to be campaigning on this can move forward. So as quick as we can, voting to get this on the ballot, but at the same time having a parallel track where we're discussing this in terms of bigger budget issues and the other things that are linked to the funding issues. And I don't know if we need to do that in finance, but as part of selling this to the voters, I think we need to do that.
Other discussion? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to support this, but I also support what Mr. Donovan just said. I think we also, whether tonight or shortly after, we want to put a parallel track of having a council-to-council discussion about all the major financial challenges that are facing both the county and the city of Bellingham, and take a coordinated approach in terms of solving those problems.
Anything else? Ms. Brenner?
I'm hoping to give me a call or leave me your phone number, because I just am so not convinced it has to be done by property tax. I really feel that sales tax is way less regressive, and I want to have that debate with you.
And me.
Mr. Sadoo?
I
We're
also
going to have a debate too. Sorry.
I also support that EMS is a standalone itself, and they are getting their own, first time ever, their own funding source and own organization and a responsibility for the money they get. But at the same time, it falls on us, may not be on EMS, that we should look at totality of the dollars, because we will be facing that thing a few months down the road. And having that discussion is very meaningful. It's not going to delay the EMS, but it is the time to talk about it now for our own process.
Okay. Anything else? We're ready for the vote. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously.
With gusto.
With gusto.
Yeah.
So we shall draft and take it up in 2 weeks. Consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance Administrative Services Committee met today. We considered 6 items under the consent agenda. All these items received a unanimous support, and I so move.
Okay, we have a motion to accept all of the consent agendas items. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, there are no other items for finance.
Okay, other items. I have one other item
Yeah, the road.
somewhere in this pile.
Pole road.
It's a letter regarding the speed limit reduction on portion of East Pole Road. And Mr. Sadhu was the one that brought this forward, so I'm going to let him give us the details.
Yeah. So when the Pole Road was done, the 2 lanes, because 544 going to Everson is also a state highway, and of course Guide is highway. So the West Pole Road speed limit is 35 miles an hour after the roundabout on Pole and Guide. But if you're going east on the to Everson, that after about 600 feet, that speed goes to 50 miles an hour. And it was not recognized the fact that there is a Sikh temple there, and they have a left turn, because the entrance to the temple is from Pole Road, not from Guide, because we were prohibited to have the entrance from Guide, because Guide was at that time single lane. There was no median. So anyways, there have been several near mishaps and couple of fender benders there in last couple of years. And it was petitioned by the community and people, and I saw this personally too, that it's too dangerous. And the request is that instead of 600 feet from the Pole and Guide roundabout, if we can move that another 800 or 1,000 feet east and then start the 50 miles an hour, then the drivers would know that it's still 35 miles an hour, and it will be safer for people to take the left turn. So that was the request it was made. And Joe Rutan feels that we should write a letter to Washington DOT, because being a state highway, they are the ones who can change that speed limit. And Executive Lowe's has already sent his letter. So I requested the chair that to put this up to the whole council, so that we can write a letter on behalf of the council to Washington DOT to consider this request.
Okay, you want to put that in the form of a motion, and we'll...
Yes, I make a motion that that the council agrees to send this letter to the Washington DOT with a request to change the speed limit from 50 miles to 35 miles for first 16 or 1,800 feet, as says in the letter.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Other items. We'll start down with Mr. Weimer.
Yeah, introduction items. I move
Oh,
approval.
No, Mr. Chair, we still have some other items on the agenda too.
Wasn't there an appointment too or something?
Well, we already
Didn't we
waived
cancel that?
Did that? The
He
appointment?
waived that to start.
It's time for introduction.
But just before you do that, can I just make one request of the council clerk? As we do these board appointments, it might be useful for the public if there's a brief description, a paragraph or something that explains what the board or commission is in front, because my hope is that some people will say, oh, that looks interesting, I want to apply next time.
Yeah, the reason we pulled that is because of
Oh,
the inactivity of the committee. We're going to figure out actually what they're doing and then revisit it.
Yeah, and my comment was a general comment for all boards and commissions, so.
And there is an introduction item. One item, do we have a motion to introduce?
I'm so moved, yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to introduce. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we're at committee reports. So we didn't have any committees except finance.
And finance.
Nothing more to
We've got
report?
nothing. So other items.
Oh, sorry.
None there. Mr. Mann?
I have another item, and it regards the Incarceration Prevention and Reduction Task Force. We went out with a request for qualifications to get our planner/facilitator position filled, and we got no responses. And we have recognized, the steering committee and the task force as a whole has realized that we're just probably looking for a collection of skills that doesn't exist locally. And we've broken out the different roles and responsibilities, and we're going to go out for, now we've got the administrative functions in-house now with Jill Nixon, and we've talked about having Forrest doing some more, stepping up a little bit and doing some of the technical writing for the project as it moves along, but we're going to go out for a request for a facilitator, professional facilitator as a standalone job, and then a professional criminal justice system analyst to help us with some of the technical stuff. And I'm going to be working with Tyler and Forrest to make sure we have the proper descriptions and roles and responsibilities figured out, and that work with Dana to make sure we got the funding worked out, because I know we've got some contracts, funding left over from our Waha contract that ended. So we're working on it. The task force is still doing great work, and it's quite a credit to the committee that we've had fairly unstable professional outside support, and we're still being very productive.
Mr. Brown?
I apologize, there was actually another item from finance, which was we
I
received
want
the,
to ask a question about what he just said.
I'll defer.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, because it's our, I thought we decided we were going to do facilitation in-house. I mean, I remember that discussion, and it wasn't with the task force, it was with some, we had a discussion about, and maybe I'm putting more on Forrest than he deserves, but I thought it was going to be between Forrest and Jill and who else we have. You guys weren't happy, I shouldn't say it that way. The other facilitator didn't work out, and I don't think we need to go there again. The other part you said, I totally support going out for that, the criminal justice, whatever person.
Right.
But we've got great in-house people. I'd rather pay, if they can't be Jill or.
By
I'd rather-
when I say facilitate, I'm not saying, that's different from the extremely important and complex task of administrative and keeping everybody on the same page,
I know.
maintaining the website. I'm talking about somebody who is at the meetings and the subcommittees and the task force hearings to guide the discussion, make sure everyone's getting heard, make sure we're actually achieving resolution on issues, and instead of what sometimes happens in large groups is, I don't.
Well, I know what the job
Large groups
is.
can be hard to manage, and so we just need better help with that.
Okay, there's nothing larger and more like herding cats than the planning unit. And they're doing way better now that they don't have a facility, that they're chairing their own meetings and facilitating their own meetings. I think they're doing great.
That's great and good for them, and it's the clear preference of the task force and the steering committee that we not do it ourselves. And I could give you more information about that if you'd like.
Well,
but
at this point, I'm not going to support it, but yeah, give me more information. I like more information.
okay, fine.
Thank
But,
you.
yeah, we need professional help.
Well, I totally agree with you there. But I hire a
I'm
psychiatrist.
sorry, there's so many setups for that. I'm just going to resist the temptation.
And with that, we'll move to Mr. Brown and his last finance item.
So
Wait a minute.
I must extend my apologies because
1 second.
Sorry again.
Sorry.
Forget it. It's not
Shall I
going to
leave
happen.
Everybody's different.
I should have stepped up a little bit. Forrest
Mr.
Longman, council analyst. I just think it might be a good idea to get some formal recognition that I would be spending this time with technical writing with the task force, if that's the wish of the council, since it is related to the jail that I've already been assigned, but it is sort of a distinct body of work.
He'd be a
That's
great
fine.
facilitator.
Yeah, I was planning to do that. I wasn't planning to do it yet, but that's
Oh, okay.
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry- I'm sorry,
No, that it's fine to do it now. Is that okay with you, Mr. Brown?
Please.
I apologize. I wasn't going to do it
At
now.
11:30 brings us up.
Exactly.
Pass anything, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not supporting this.
Just okay, fine. I guess I would move that the council authorize the legislative analyst to increase the amount of work time that he invests in the incarceration task force, and specific tasks would be to play a lead role in producing the reports and the recommendations that are a result of the task force work.
We're going to make you very rich.
Okay, do we have a second for that monster of a motion?
I'll second it on the basis that I think it would be a good resume builder for Mr. Longman to say that he actually managed to.
You don't want him to leave.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want him leaving.
Managed a guy who obviously needs
Professional help?
That I like. Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
I hate
Discussion?
seconds, but I'll
Mr. Weimer?
I think it's a good idea. I just would like to hear from Mr. Longman because it sounds like it could be a huge task, and I don't want him spending 80% of all his time for the next 6 months writing reports for the task force.
I am hopeful that it will not be 80% of my time. There's a major report in November, and there's like a small interim report in the next couple months. And I think if I figure out a good process and sort of manage getting information from people in an effective way and sort of stretch it out, I'm hopeful that it won't turn into a giant time suck. But
And I'm a technical writer, so I can intern for him. Ms. Brenner?
It's not easy to get me in line, and he's done it. I get my stuff in on time, and I'm like, yeah. So he can do it. If he can do it with me, he can do it with anybody.
Okay. Any more? All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Now, Mr. Brown.
Sure? Anybody else? No?
Hurry up, we're going to fall asleep.
No? Okay. I want to apologise. We had a great report today from an annual report from the Commission Against Domestic Violence, and the reason I want to single this out is both, not only is the work they do excellent, of course, and very necessary, but it became clear from listening to them that they are so professionally well run that they continue to win funding from grants nationally that are very competitive for new domestic violence prevention programs, and I think just a great credit to the county that we have that. So I want just to acknowledge it.
Okay. Moving right along.
Moving right. Oh, I'm supposed to run this.
You run this movie.
Okay, so I don't have any other additional items because I already did two, so that's my limit.
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, what about council member updates?
Well, the one thing I'll mention is I managed to have lunch at Maple Alley Inn, which is a program the Opportunity Council runs for whoever needs a meal. And they feed people, 100 people or more, a couple of times a week. And today is actually Dine Out for Maple Alley Inn. So if anybody's watching on TV or still here and you are really fast in the next 30 minutes, you can get a late dinner or a dessert, and part of the proceeds, if you pick the right restaurant, will go to Maple Alley Inn. But I suspect the Opportunity Council would just take a check too, if that would work. They're actually they have a real need to upgrade the kitchen there because they're trying to use regular household stove to cook for 100 people, and it's not working. So there's a capital campaign to help feed people in need in the county.
Where is the Maple Alley?
It moves around. It has a couple different locations. It's normally out on the Lutheran Church out on McLeod Road in Northwest.
Okay. Mr. Mann?
No more.
No more?
No, I'm done.
Mr. Brown?
I'm fine, thank you.
And I have nothing more. Ms. Brenner?
I'm fine.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies, it's been a wonderful evening, and we are adjourned.
Now you're remembering I'm a later woman.